The truth is, you're as dumb as they come.
Hello, freakazoids. How the hell's it going? Look at that, it's Dana Dane! Man. It's always a good day when Dana Dane is in there, you know? Isn't that cool when she shows up, you guys? I mean, she's been here for, like, forever. It seems like, back in the day, you know? She made me a, I think it's somewhere in here up on a wall, and some artwork a long time ago. It's pretty cool. She does this thing with like paint, and I don't know if you still do it or not, but she used to do it. She made me something look like a planet. Wow, look at that. Hey, love you too. Look at that. 69 months. So let's see, that's 5 years and 9 months as a channel member freak of pure hell, as I say. Okay? Oh yeah, it's been complete hell the whole time. Yeah. Well, Lisa sent me like this clip, this video today of these Kohberger nut jobs, and I thought we'd take a look at it. Let's see, hold on, let me look at the nut jobs in the Kohberger case. I mean, absolute crazy people. And then we're going to look at there's a distress call that came out in the Nolan Wells case that, you know, these crazy people are turning into, it's right up there with our EVP or spirit box. And then there's let's see, Brian Enton came out, I think it was earlier today, with a linguistic experts, two of them, on the ransom notes. I know it's, you know, I thought it was pretty interesting though. So, and Jason Bourne sent me that one, so take a listen to that and see what we think at the end. All right, but it should be pretty interesting, I would think. All right, so while we're doing the show, if you want to help support the channel, that would be awesome. You guys are the sole income to the channel. There is no ad revenue to speak of. You know, if you get $8 for a 3-hour show from YouTube, you did good. Unless you have like 5,000 people watching, then you can do pretty good. Let's see. Huh? Gee. Man, you got people. This isn't a bow tie, by the way. It looks so stupid. I don't know what the hell the deal is. It's an Oregon State, just regular shirt, but for some reason they put this orange thing inside. Okay, so it does kind of look like it's a bow tie, though. You know, can't get away from that. Yeah. All right, so if you're new here, we got our new screens. Like, this is the main one where we're talking about stuff, and then the next one, if we take phone calls, is on this screen right here. And then we also have at the end, you know, or you take a break. I made this little fire scene with the rain. Sometimes we play music and whatnot. All right, so there you go. Yeah. I should actually make it really tight right there. Let's see what happens. It'll look just like a bow, I think, if I get that tight there. I can't do it. Hey, thank you. It's Amy Darcy Marie. Yeah, you've been around a long time too. It seems like you used to just call yourself. It was just Lisa, or it is. God, Lisa. Jesus, my brain. I think it said it was just Amy Darcy Marie a long time ago, right? And then you switched it with some other stuff on there. Or maybe that's just the @name that they gave you. Been a while, but good to see you still kicking butt. Yeah, you know, still doing shows. It's hard with the legacy media people having YouTube channels. It makes it really tough for the rest of us who were doing good work prior. Yeah. Yeah, you like orange? Well, look at that. There's orange on the screen right there. I match. And also we got the little audio, the sound wave below. Kind of looks like a fire. All right. Anyways, let's take a... I mean, it's just so crazy, these Kohberger people. And I even told you guys that the Kohberger people, when he decided that he was going to take back his, you know, like, hey, I want to take back my plea. And I knew that the nutjob wackadoodle YouTuber, let me just say it again. If you are somebody out there that somehow believes that Kohberger didn't do it and is somehow innocent, you're an idiot. Okay? I don't have another word to use for you other than that. There is nothing that has ever come out in that case that points away from Brian Kohberger. These people are lunatics, okay? And that is the truth. Why they're like that, I don't know. Maybe they fell on their head as a baby. That's a lot of babies, a lot of kids falling on their heads, though. All right? A lot of kids falling on their heads. Thank you, Wild Bill Wassman. All right, so this lady's name, she has a YouTube channel. Her name is, well, her channel's name is OFFS, you know, for F sakes, with Viviana. She made a Viviana. She made a video. It's in the description if you want to just go watch the whole thing on your own. Let me see how to play this.
So if you follow true crime, then you know earlier this week the scumbag murderer of Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan, the Idaho 4 case, filed a petition for post-conviction relief. Yes, he wants to take back his guilty plea. So of course you knew that sent waves through the true crime community, and some of the more unethical content creators acted like their favorite team won the Super Bowl. I mean, it's
actually kind of funny. I'll leave that part so you can go watch it later, okay? But the people, she actually plays these clips from everybody.
When I first got the information about what had happened in Brian's petition, I was literally at a soccer field, for anyone in California, at Surf Cup in San Diego, my home away from home. And I was on the phone and literally like cheering and screaming, and it wasn't for my son's soccer game.
The girl that was just on the screen, I thought she said exactly truthful stuff. 100% nailed it. I'm not sure what you're talking about. All right,
I'll tell you that. And so I wish I had like just someone videoing me, because I was like, yes, yes, yes. And, you know, it just kind of gave you some validation that everything we're all doing is for the right reasons. And I'm so...
Oh, wait, hold on. Tracy's here. Hold on. There we go. I got my Superman... I don't know. It just falls down when it does. I didn't try to put it...
I'm glad that Brian actually used his voice.
And I started screaming. It's so awesome. Let me just tell you.
Oh, it's so great,
great,
man.
Oh. I got so excited I almost peed myself.
I feel like it's you want to go down.
We're so excited. You know why they're excited, you guys? The reason that these nutjob Kohberger people are excited is it means that, oh, thank you, Brian, for creating more content for us. Man, we were sort of running out of stuff once you admitted doing it, and we're asked 1,500 questions in a row where you said, yeah, I did it. Yep. But we still found a way to come up with content and say, hey, here's an angle for you, Brian. We'd love to free a quadruple killer. I don't, look at, here's the thing. There's no chance that there's this many people who literally believe he's innocent. And if there is, then we have a huge problem in our society of, that means we are inundated with a lot of really stupid people. And what we need to do is have some sort of questionnaire before you get to be on a jury, for example. Like, nobody out there that believes Kohberger is innocent should ever be able to serve on a jury. That means your brain is compromised. You need a lobotomy. There's something really, really wrong with you?
Yeah, I've been victory dancing all morning, Jesse. I feel like I want to go downtown and like go to the bars that are near the attorney's offices.
You guys know the way Conor McGregor walked
partying.
into the ring like this? I feel like walking in front of Jeff H like this right now.
All right, y'all. We are doing enough. Kohberger taking back the guilty plea. Kohberger talks.
They make it sound like him taking back the plea means he didn't do it. How many times have killers said, hey, you know what, I'm changed my mind? It's happened so many times, it's almost unbelievable. These people are lunatics.
All right. You're not missing the block party. Come on in, honey. I just do hope, and I pray, of course, as a believer, that he knows what he's doing. Finally. Final freaking Lee, guys. This is crazy.
These guys
Can you believe
nuts.
this?
Yeah.
What is going through your mind right now? What is absolutely going through your mind right now?
What's going through my mind right now is that Kohberger is the killer. He admitted being the killer. The evidence points to him as being the killer. And he has no shot of ever being found not guilty. And I think there's almost zero chance he's going to get a new trial. But, I mean, like anybody else, I think it'd be cool to watch a trial. But he's already been found guilty. It's a complete waste of money, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And he's been found guilty because he said he was guilty. He said he did it. You know what I'm saying?
We relentlessly have nonstop shared this man's innocence. Woo! It has been a long road for Brian Kohberger. Now, what the fuck, Moscow? What did you promise this guy to take the fall?
Oh, God. How about this? That he wouldn't be executed. Because that's exactly what was going to happen. Brian Kohberger is a monster, okay? His DNA was found on the knife sheath that was on Madison Mogen's bed. That verifies that the white Elantra driving around outside was, in fact, his. In fact, the vehicle that you see driving around in various shots that morning shows that it does not have the fog lights on it. The only time that a vehicle that was a supposed Elantra had the fog lights was in the early morning hours, like at 2:45-ish, back in Pullman. They thought maybe that was his car originally, but they weren't even going to be using that at trial. There is zero information that's out there that is exculpatory towards Brian Kohberger. Nothing. Nothing points away from him. If you want to pretend that there's somebody else involved or whatever like that, that's great. He's never mentioned anybody, but he is the killer. 100%. No doubt about it.
Holy shit. Ooh, don't get me spicy up here on a Monday morning. And this is how we take back America. This is how we take back America, folks. This is huge.
Take back America.
Absolutely huge.
Hey, everybody,
here's
how we take back America, everybody. We free all quadruple killers. You know, the ones that like to use K-bar knives. If we free them, we take back America. What a great place it'll be when we try to free a quadruple killer.
He wants to set the record straight. Wow. How does this make you guys feel after all of the battling and arguing with the trolls?
See, what's weird about this idiot here is like, how do you guys feel now with all the battling, with all the trolls? It's somehow they've been vindicated. How have they been vindicated? Because Kohberger said, okay, I take it back now. You know, prison isn't as fun as they told me it was going to be. I don't know who these people are.
On the internet.
Big day, isn't it? I know you've been waiting for...
These are just things that Viviana... Is that her name again? I have to go back. I want to make sure I didn't... Yeah, Viviana. She just went out and found these various clips from different people. I don't know who these people are. I don't watch YouTube people. I mean, everyone... You know, if there's experts on various channels, I'll watch those, but... this right here, these are just crazy people that are all over the place. And they're so proud of something, but there's really nothing to be proud about.
This day. It's very exciting to see many...
Oh, everybody's posting it, man. I just put on TikTok. I just went on with some girls just talking about it. She's like, I knew he was innocent. I'm like, I hope these girls going live right now because I need to go up and what's going on? Damn! Everybody's posting it. Everybody's on the internet right now talking about it.
As soon as I got off work, I had literally 6 different people sending me that. Dakota was like crying, having a fucking party.
We have a party.
We
Seriously.
are having a fucking party.
Dude, I haven't drank so long. I might have a drink tonight. Fuck yeah.
Look at this weirdo doing a jig, dancing a jig in here. Hey, thank you to let's see, Elaine Talling for 68 months of pure hell. Right, that's 5 years and 8 months.
Let's go. Shit. I'm trying to get drunk tonight with y'all. For real. Yeah, so you already dang. I'm at work too. I can't wake it out. I'm going, shit, I'm gonna have a drink. We're gonna party tonight, guys. I'm so happy.
Look at this. Look at these lunatics.
I'm so freaking happy, y'all.
Oh
my God.
Yeah. Hey, listen, he's not gonna I tell you what, if he gets out, I hope you date him. Okay. These people are crazy.
Plea deal.
Look at these weirdos.
Really? He's appealing his plea deal. He said he
wow.
Fuck yeah.
Whoa.
Time, bro.
He wants a fucking trial, y'all.
Hell yeah. You know what's funny is all it is him saying, I take back my plea. They somehow pretend, it's almost like in unison, they all believe that because he said that, he's now been found to, now he's back to being innocent again, and we're just waiting for a trial. It's incredible. This is exactly what I always tell you guys about, right here. This is it.
He literally submitted his appeal in fucking time. Thank God.
I hope. I'm so happy.
When the truth comes out.
I'm so happy, y'all. I have fucking chills right now. It's down my spine.
Me too.
What a way to start on Monday. I see him say, like, thank you to everyone who's been fighting for my innocence and critically going over the evidence. Yes.
I'm so excited, y'all.
Critically going over the evidence? None of these people critically go over anything. They all have this severe tunnel vision where they, forget about that he bought the K-Bar knife on Amazon around the same time he decided to apply for an internship. Forget about all that, and the buying the balaclava, and, just, forget that part. Forget how his DNA's on the knife sheath. Forget, how the white Elantra was driving around and it parked there exactly during the time that the murders happened. And by the way, Brian Kohberger drives a white Elantra missing its front license plate, just like the one that drove into the area at 3:28 or so. These people are crazy. Absolute lunatics. There is nothing at all out there that points away from Kohberger. Nothing. And they haven't found anything.
This right here is going to be a hell of a week.
Oh my God. Oh, guilty. Brian Kohberger. Actual
breaking news, everybody!
Minutes ago? What? Get everybody in here, you guys. Share this out. Get everybody
hurry up. Get everybody. Come on in. Yeah, come on in.
I got to call Carlos right now. Oh my God, I'm freaking out. Are you guys freaking out? Actual innocence is my truth. Brian Kohberger now wants a trial per New York Times report. Get out of here.
We did it, you guys. What? You did it because he came out and said he didn't do it? How many killers have come out later and said they didn't do it? This is so stupid.
Listen to the article. Almost 13 months after he pleaded guilty, Brian Kohberger claims he's innocent and says he will fight his conviction for killing 4 University of Idaho students. Are you serious, you guys?
I still have a chance to date him, you guys. There's still a chance. Come on in, everybody.
Oh my God. Oh my God. We've been vindicated.
What have you been vindicated about?
Oh my God.
Like, what are they talking about? You guys see what I'm saying? These people are lunatics. What have they been vindicated about? Because Kohberger came forward and said, hey, I didn't do it. There's a lot of these crazy YouTubers saying I didn't do it. I should give it a shot. So, yeah, I didn't do it, everybody.
You guys, this is crazy. Oh my gosh, Bubbly!
I agree with that. It's
Everybody
crazy.
Get in here. Share this out, you guys.
Come on in.
Yes,
come on in. Yeah, come on in.
Breaking
come
news.
on in.
Kohberger is withdrawing his plea deal. Oh my gosh. Blue did it.
Oh, we did it. We did it.
Bringing all this stuff.
What do you mean you did it? You mean because he said, I didn't do it now. Oh my God, you guys!
Stuff out.
I can't wait till the judge, when the hearing happens, the judge goes, "No, Hitler." It was. We went through the whole thing. He absolutely locked Kohberger in. He has no out here. You know, ineffective counsel, whatever. I mean, you know, where's that going to come from?
Yeah, bringing all the information out. I mean, all the hard work. Where's Lana?
All the hard work, you know, all of our trashing Dylan Mortensen.
Oh my gosh. This is crazy. You fell off your chair. Thank you so much. Let's do this.
Well, here we go again. You guys are doing a show here, so if you guys have the ability to help support the channel, that would be great. We're currently at 1/12 of a nightly goal, so let's see if we can try to get something going on in there.
We go. Here we go. This is amazing. Are you guys like, I'm so up right now.
Oh, jeez.
Oh my God.
You are crazy.
It's not even funny. It's not even funny.
Was that idiot? Oh, God.
Yes, this is very real.
Oh, that person.
Yes, this is very real. Amazing. Freaking amazing. Oh my God.
What's amazing?
This
what happened?
Sounds so confident. It's not even funny.
Oh, this sounds so confident. Wow, do you see this?
This is such
it sounds so confident. I didn't have as good a time in the jail. I was lied to. So I'm going to take it back now. I might as well go for it.
Confident statement. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I've got chills, bro.
Oh, I got chills.
This is so crazy. This is so crazy.
Thanks, Allie Kate.
Guys,
going for a wave.
Wouldn't it be something? No, I don't know anything. Let me just put that out there because people read into shit. I don't know anything. What if the Netflix thing coming out in 2 freaking days has actual factual, like real information in it, and this is like, it has something to do with this? That would be insane.
Hello, everyone. It's Sam and Ron. We are missing Kristen, although she should be calling in. So we should get a little of her thoughts today. I think is a big day for everyone in the Idaho 4 community.
This is huge. This is what we've been looking for and what we've been questioning. And things are going to get really, really interesting now here, Sam. I'm thrilled that he's making the attempt now because I don't want to see an innocent person in prison for the rest of his life.
Oh, we've been right all along. Welcome to the best channel.
We've been right all along? Right about what? See, that's what I'm saying. These people, this is the mentality of these people. They're lunatics. What do you mean you've been right all along? Because a killer said, hey, I didn't do it now. I don't like prison. These people are crazy.
On YouTube, welcome, because turns out we were actually right 4 years ago. Wow.
Okay, we were right 4 years ago because now he's saying he didn't do it.
Wow. Hello. And
oh, God.
Guys, we were right. We have been right since day 1.
Oh, there you are. I don't know. Now I see all your comments. I don't know why I just pop by, but look at there. There's headline crime with Susan. Susan Hendricks is in there. She's a really cool person. Hard to get hold of sometimes, but she's. I'm just kidding. But she's right there.
I can't wait for the trial. In my opinion, from what I have seen, this.
Yeah, she's been doing the. Hold on a second. My brain just went. The Nolan Wells case with on Nancy Grace and stuff. But she's almost been playing my part over there. Where you're skeptical of stuff. You know what I mean? That's good. At least there's somebody out there.
Young man, Mr. Kohberger, is not guilty. This is crazy that this happened days before that documentary is supposed to drop.
Yeah! Wow! Yeah! A killer's on the... We're going to try to get the killer loose!
Like a Friday to me, I had my...
These people are crazy. Look, just think about these people. Brian Kohberger, with zero doubt of any kind, not even the smallest something doesn't add up here, There isn't anything like that. Kohberger is the killer of 4 people, and you see all these crazy lunatics running around, cheering, as if, like the host said on here, they had won the Super Bowl. These people are morons.
My brother-in-laws and my sister-in-law over, and I had to kick him out of the effing house. I was like, get out of the effing house, because there's a chance that Brian Kohberger could be exonerated, and Dylan Mortensen and all of her sketchy friends are indeed the reason why. Woo! Sketchy, because they have all been caught lying since the beginning, and the internet is not done talking.
They've been caught lying. No,
about
really.
It until all of the right people.
There is nothing. See, these people take the smallest little thing, and now it's a big lie, and it means something. You know what's weird is, how come they never found even a drop of blood in Dylan Mortensen's room? I mean, if she was involved, man, she'd have blood all over her. She obviously would have trailed something in there. There wasn't any cleaning up in any of the bathrooms or anything. So where did she go? Let's see. So she killed everybody, and then she ran out of the home without leaving a trail anywhere, and went down to the river and jumped in and washed herself off, and then got out and then ran back to the house, and then went back to her room and pretended, oh, I just fell asleep. These people are crazy.
Are behind bars. I said, get the F out of my house. We got to get on live, you guys. The show is on. Let's fucking go.
See, that's exactly the type of person, just looking at her, that would want to date a Kohberger, because that's probably the only guy that might do it. You know what I mean? What a psycho. Get out of here. These people are disgusting.
The actual reasons for this happening are dangerous.
Hey, get
Anybody
a
who believes that
Elliot Rodger might have had a shot there.
Happened because one of these girls rebuked Brian Kohberger's romantic advances is completely lost.
Wild Bill.
I'm crying like a baby right now.
I'm crying, everybody. He's free. He's free, everybody. Don't you know?
I guess it happened yesterday.
Oh, I'm crying.
Can I read this to you? If I can get through it. I'm just shaking right now.
The guy that we have loved all these years is finally free. Oh. Well, he's not actually free. Just is now claiming he didn't do it. Like every other killer you've ever heard of. Okay?
Over a year later, it is self-evident that in State versus Kohberger, justice was not served. Oh my God.
Oh
guys,
God.
This is so big. Oh.
What they mean is justice wasn't served is they'd be happy if he was found guilty as long as we could have a trial and more years of content for them. That's really all they care about is the Kohberger content. You know, I barely cover, whenever there's an update or something, we cover Kohberger because the case is over. He is the killer. But guess what? Now all of a sudden, it's back in the news.
You guys, thank you. Thank you for being there, for your support in all channels.
Thank you, everybody.
I just literally woke up and this is
we're gonna free a killer. This is so great.
Oh my gosh, I could not have had better news. I mean, this is just amazing. Can we just be quiet for 30 seconds?
Yeah. Let's be quiet. Just everybody absorb it all, please. Just now, there's a chance I might be able to go on a date with him, and I'll also throw myself into a bathroom and pretend that I'm sick. Oh, it's gonna be so great.
Say a prayer for Brian. A prayer of strength.
I just hope to God he calls me and tells me I have nice birthing hips. You know what I mean? I've always wanted to be told that.
Protection. Innocence, because we know he is. To get the words right. To say everything he needs to say. For people to come forward. Let's pray for people to come forward for him. Right? Because he deserves this. Send some of that grounding to Brian.
These people, I tell you.
Man, I wish. I pray that he gets his feet in the grass sometimes. If there's any in there.
Oh God, if he could just get his toes in the grass one more time, it'd be so fantastic. I'd even send him a 2x2 square of grass if they'd let me. Yeah, because I just want his feet on grass again. God, just the feeling would be so great for him. Instead of spending the rest of his life behind bars for killing 4 people, we need him to step on grass again. In fact, I agree with the socialist propaganda about getting rid of prisons and all that stuff. It'd be so great to have these people running around in society. Hell, I'd buy him another K-bar.
I wish I could send him a chunk of grass.
Oh God!
I mean, I would just send him a check.
I didn't even hear that.
Thank you.
I didn't even hear that part. You hear that right there? I hadn't even listened to this yet because I don't like doing that. The next sentence was exactly what I just said. I'd send him a 2-by. I'd send him a chunk. She said, "Oh, that's hilarious." You gotta admit.
Thank you so much. I know this has been hell on you. I can't even imagine what it's been like.
Oh God!
But oh my God! Oh. So good, you guys. Oh, God. This is good. We've done it.
Yes, you guys, Brian Kohberger is the most unlucky person on the planet. It's incredible how there was another person that was driving a white Elantra that just happened to park the car back there. I've even heard people suggest, yes, that was Brian parked back there. And to his shock and horror, while he was watching Madison Mogan through the window up there, he witnessed another person enter the house and kill them all. And then he was like, wow, I'm so shocked by this. He then backs up and drives away. And then instead of just driving straight home, he drove a really crazy route because he thought, wait a minute, I was just there. They might think I did it. So then he drove all the way down south and back around. I mean, this guy, wow, just the most unlucky person there ever was.
I hope you guys are proud of yourself.
There just happens to be another person driving a white Elantra. And then the craziest part of it all is the other person he was witnessing kill through the window happened to visit his apartment earlier, touch a doorknob, and then touch the knife sheath and then left it there while he was watching the guy. Wow. What are the odds of that? Unbelievable. So Kohberger's out there watching a guy in the house who just happened to have his DNA on the knife sheath. Unbelievable. Whew. Wow.
In this community, because you should be.
Dun, dun, dun. That's the intro. We interrupt this broadcast to bring you a special bulletin. Breaking news, y'all, and it's exciting. Brian Kohberger finally made a statement after all this time, and he is now seeking to withdraw his guilty plea. What? When the news broke yesterday, y'all, when the news broke, I was in my car and I was driving and I screamed and then I punched my teenage son in the arm.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. So the host of the show says, yeah, so you actually punched your kid because you're so happy that you think a quadruple killer is going to get out?
I was so excited. So since yesterday, I've been over here
just giddy.
Kicking my feet. I was really starting to think.
You know, that looked a hell of a lot like his Blair in, what was that, The Exorcist?
I think the man was never going to say a word, but the day
or
we
whatever,
have waited
or was
on
it The Omen? I
here.
can't remember which
It's
one it was.
It's a good day, y'all. Patsy ain't good enough for me. I need the real killers to be held responsible.
I think a lot of apologies should come Bob's way because I believe I am the only person who has consistently said from the time that the plea deal happened to this very day that the Kohberger
this idiot again?
defense team, Brian Kohberger himself, had a plan all along, and this day would come. And you know what? This day is here now.
What do you mean he had a plan all along? Yeah, I wouldn't doubt if maybe there is something with Ann Taylor who said something about maybe like, hey, you get in there and then maybe you can claim that I sucked. I don't know. I don't think she's willing to die on a sword and ruin her career for a quadruple killer.
So to all my critics and haters out there, take a step back for Bobby Swami.
You're a loser, dude.
What in the macaroons is
what's weird is I've never seen any of these people, or I heard that last guy before.
going on today, you guys? Oh my gosh. What a happy Monday, you guys. This is freaking insane.
This is incredible, everybody. Here, let me do this. All right.
Yes. Definitely heard the news super early this morning. Boom.
Oh.
Brian Kohberger's statement. So, here we are. So.
Yeah, the only thing that's better than this is the Constitution, of the United States. The fact that when Kohberger writes something, everybody just shut up, listen to this. These incredible words of wisdom. Constitution, Kohberger's proclamation. I'm just not sure. Which one do you think's better, you guys?
We need to start getting ready for a trial, right? I know, right? Ugh. It is rare for defendants to win post-conviction challenges. Okay, negative Nelly.
Yeah, well, that's the absolute truth. In fact, in this case, it will not happen. He will not get another trial unless his attorney literally pretends that she was ineffective for him.
Jeez.
What a crazy day.
I know, you guys. See, this is what I'm telling you. Like, I don't watch these channels, but during the beginning of the Kohberger, people would send me stuff, and I'd see these lunatics making videos and so forth. Remember the clown who literally made videos and talked about that there's tunnels underneath the campus, and they go inside the the house at 1122 King Road.
I found this has turned out.
These people are embarrassing. These people. As a matter of fact, if I had YouTube, I would kick them off of it. If I owned it, I would say, yeah, you guys are horrendous for society. Yeah, free speech is this and this, but what you're doing is you're creating a horrendous atmosphere for the innocent people that lived in the house too, meaning Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk. And these people are, I don't know, man. Doesn't it seem like if you're doing true crime, that there needs to be like an ethical sort of boundary? These people are insane,
To be, that's for sure. All right, so we got a good discussion here tonight because, guys, this is like the true crime followers' Christmas morning here today with this news. Brian Kohberger finally speaks out. Michael, what is your just first reaction to that? I mean, did you doubt it? Did you think it was real?
Well, I'm elated. Finally, he speaks up for himself.
Oh God, I thought I was dreaming. He did speak up for himself. He was asked, "Did you do this?" Yes, I did. Did you kill Madison Mogan? Yes, I did. He spoke up for himself. He didn't say no or anything. Okay.
And I'm glad that this is happening. Everybody that's watching this tonight, you guys should all take a bow because it's not just the creators that deserve.
So here's what we can do right now. We have in here, we only got 37 votes. And so that means that we have at least 10 or at least 15 morons or the troll community who just show up and vote obviously against anything that's rational. Okay?
The applause, so to speak. But everybody that's in this community, because no matter from what happens from this point on, we know that Kohberger has noticed all the support from people like us.
Yeah, he noticed your crazy crap, and he's like, oh, wow, maybe I can try that one. His attorney didn't try those things because they're BS. They're not provable in court. They don't meet the standard of anything. You guys just saying, "Ooh, did you see what Dylan wrote over here? Oh my God, that means," these people are crazy.
And for our continued investigation, he mentioned it.
Listen to the way these people sound. They sound like normal people, but they're not, obviously, right? Isn't that crazy? Look at the how many yeses we have in there, you guys. Come on, troll community, keep putting yes in there.
In his statement, we're going to get to that, but I think it's awesome. I think it's a total vindication from people that called us kooks and nuts.
Well, I barely get 150 people watching sometimes, Elena, because I'm not one of the legacy media people.
And everything. I'm sure
this is a big
and I don't peddle conspiracy theories. So those are what sell,
Could be the biggest day in years. And it was worth a little wait, in my opinion. And we had a sizzle reel ready to go on the night of a big, huge news. Lots of
But today, we got in some good news, and I hope everyone heard about it. But it's that Kohberger took his time.
But it is absolutely.
This guy is one of the biggest tools on the entire social media, true crime community. This guy right here. What a joke.
Crazy. Oh, man.
Oh, this is so great, man. It's the greatest thing in the world. Get the hell out of here. I remember watching him make these completely bogus videos.
That Brian Kohberger is innocent, that I'm happy to report
that I could disprove immediately.
on today. Kings, queens, and
hey, you guys, any chance you guys could help support the channel, though? We're still frozen again we're like at 1/7 of the nightly goal.
internet cousins. Brian Kohberger has changed his plea deal from guilty to not guilty, like I stated from the beginning. Now, if you guys have been following this case for long enough, I believe that Brian Kohberger is innocent of the slaying of the 4 Idaho students.
She barely even knew what she was saying.
I am so damn glad he's doing this. We got your back.
Let's see, TikTok said, just my opinion, Gray, but I think they're more off than they are on. Well, yeah, these people are lunatics.
Dude, I mean, I'm just happy to see this. I hope that he gets
the help he needs.
Exonerated.
Exonerated?
I mean, hello, he says it right there. There's evidence that would exonerate him. I just
there is none. He's listening to you guys who are incorrect.
Hope that it all works out for Brian. I haven't listened to anything in about a week because I've had other things going on and I can't keep piling it on mentally. I'm a very empathetic person and I'll just walk around crying and
okay, well that shows you that you really shouldn't be doing anything related to this, okay?
Sometimes don't understand why, but it's probably because of all this information I take in and I absorb it. And I gotta take a break every once in a while, so I apologize. It's not that I don't care. I care a lot. A lot. Anyway, I hope this works out. I hope it works out for him. I really do.
And here's the host.
Truly unbelievable that these people are cheering.
And her, you can watch the full video by yourself if you want in the description.
For a quadruple murderer. They want to free a quadruple murderer. So much that they're cheering at their child's soccer game, not for their child, but for a quadruple murderer. And they're punching their child in the arm because they're excited about a quadruple murderer trying to get out of prison. Excuse me while I go take a shower to wash off all of that gross slime from these people. Like, what is wrong with you?
So you got to give her credit for that. This is exactly what I've been saying for all these years. These crazy lunatics.
What is wrong with you?
And that's what I say. What's wrong with you?
Why do you want to free a quadruple murderer? And how dare you get on your lives and your podcasts and talk about how you just want justice for Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan? No, you don't want justice for them. You just want to free their murderer. So, yeah, I'm going to go take a shower now and do better, okay?
That's pretty good. It's good shit. Yeah, it's just absolutely, it's embarrassing. And the reason they really want it is to create more content. They were sort of running out of stuff, you know. They were, oh man, we're kind of just, we don't have anything here. He's pled guilty. Nothing's really happening. Yeah, we're getting documents. There's nothing really in him at all that shows anything. Oh, wait, what about the clump of hair in his hand? Well, it was one hair, and it was consistent with Ethan Chapin. Yeah, because he actually, I think he got stabbed in the head. I think I remember one of the wounds. Anyways, these people should absolutely be ashamed of themselves. I mean, running around as if somehow because Kohberger said, thanks Wild Bill up there, because Kohberger said that I didn't do it now. That means that he's innocent. It's crazy. I guess Charles Manson's innocent. You know, I guess every single killer has said that. Or, you know, the ones not like some of the serial killers don't do that because it's so overwhelming that they just give up. I've actually been looking into that Cottingham. What a crazy killer that guy is. I was thinking of going over that one of these days here. Do you want to hear something wild on Cottingham? The serial killer? I mean, he claims to have killed over 100 people, and I believe it. I absolutely believe it. But we covered, there was a bunch of these New Jersey cases that were, I think in 2020, I covered them. There was like 8 of them. And you could tell they were all kind of consistent and related. And then he confessed to killing all of them like 3 years after I covered them. Isn't that wild? I mean, like, he literally admitted to doing it. So now and then there's a whole list of other ones that he's admitted to. And then there's one that they're still investigating because they're not really sure, you know. Let's see. Anyways, maybe we'll go over that one of these days. Hey, thanks, Allie Cake. Yeah, they can't do it. Like, if I open the lines right now, is there anybody out there that's a Brian Kohberger fan? I'll tell you what, I'll give you 10 minutes to call in. Go ahead. Where is it? Convince us all. Let me try it. All right, this one right here. All right, go ahead, man. Call in. You just get on the phone there and give it a ring, and we'll see if you can prove to all of us that Brian Kohberger is innocent. All right? I'll wait. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty wild. Pretty wild. Where are you guys? You're so excited. Give me something that points to somebody else. God, he's watching us, you guys. This validates us. He's been reading our stuff. I'm so proud of myself. You mean you're proud that another lunatic agreed with your lunacy? That's wild. That is crazy. Ding, ding, ding. Is this on? I can't tell if it's on. Hey, thanks for the gifted membership there, Tiki Talk. And then there's New York Mom got one. All right. I'm just waiting. Let's see what we get. Anybody? That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Yeah, Candace Owens thought Kohberger was innocent too. Boy, what a shock. She doesn't even know that case. I could ask her 10 questions and she wouldn't know the answer to any of them. Her source said, though, you know. Her source said that she didn't do it. He didn't do it. Hey, look at this. We got something. We got a lunatic. Oh, shit. Hello, Jim. I was looking for the... Hold on. Let me turn you up. There you are. Okay.
Let's go.
Yeah, what's going on?
Nothing, man. How are you?
Not too bad.
Yeah. So, back when I grew up in Pennsylvania, me and Kohberger used to do tons of heroin together, and I used to comb his eyebrows.
Oh, yeah?
He was nodding out.
That's wild, man. Used to, like, he'd sit across from you, and you'd comb his eyebrows with your brush?
Yeah. He'd shoot me up, I'd shoot him up, you know, it was crazy. And then we nod in, we nod out, it was...
Let me ask you something. Did you use a lathe on his eyebrows? I'm just curious.
Yeah, no, but I did use my mother's mascara at one point. It got really freaky. It looked like a vampire.
You know, I was thinking it would be interesting to try to use a spinning wheel. You know, you just kind of feed it through with a little bit and turn it into yarn. You know, it might be nice.
I know, yeah.
Yeah, we could all wear knitted hats of Kohberger's eyebrows. It'd be great. Yeah.
Set on my what was the sled, like a radio flyer? No, what was it? The wooden sled.
Yeah.
Oh well, no, it's crazy. But no, seriously, dude, just joking around. But the songs that we've been creating are awesome, dude. It's so good. You know me, I love music. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I like the one. The Marty's Bar and Grill.
Marty's Bar and Grill is a good one. I like Plink Plonk.
I like the one that we did at the end of last night. Yeah, that one that I wanted.
Yeah, Lisa Valenzuela's song is good. Yeah, there's so many good ones. Yeah, just jammers.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet. Yeah. All right.
All right, dude. Yeah, I'll let you get going. Get back to the show. Just wanted to say hello.
All right. Jim Lawn. All right, thanks for calling in. Have a good one. Yeah. When Kohberger does the back stroke, everyone jumps out of the water yelling, "Shark!" Jeez. Yeah. It must look weird. It would look like his nose would look like a shark fin, but then his eyebrows would trail behind. I guess if he was doing backstroke, they would sort of go towards his feet, you know? So it would sort of look like the shark was swimming through some black kelp while also being in the ocean. Very strange, yeah. You know, they could probably use him as sort of for a scale model in one of the shark movies. Just kind of zoom in a little bit and make it seem like he's closer. Yeah. Let's see. All right, well, that's all I got, you guys. You guys have anything else on Kohberger? I just wanted to show you that there are absolute abject lunatics on social media that are covering the Kohberger case. There's nothing you can say to them that will ever change their opinion because they are lunatics. You can't be a rational-minded person and believe Kohberger is innocent. That's just a truth. And so I would almost have as, like, you go in for your jury questionnaire, they should say, do you believe Kohberger is innocent? And if you say yes, you're immediately waived. You just get taken out. You're never a valid person to ever serve on a jury again. Well, Grade is innocent until proven guilty. Well, he pled guilty. He did it. Okay, and by the way, if you go to trial, I think they can use the questionnaire that he answered. Like, sir, what did Kohberger write down? When I play the video, for God's sakes, of them in the hearing. Maybe I should load that sucker up really quick. Where is that thing? I can't even remember what this one is. What is this video? Oh, that's last night. The Elliot Rodger, ironically. Very similar to him. Hey, have a good night too, TikTok. Thanks for your generosity there. Appreciate it. I think it's this one here. Yeah, this is it. Here, watch this. I actually got this down. I'm just going to play this for all the nut job Kohberger wackadoodles. Here we go. Here we go.
Taylor, have you had sufficient time to discuss this case and all of its ramifications with your client?
Hey, thanks, Cecil.
Have you discussed fully with him his rights, defenses, and possible consequences?
See, this is, okay, so it starts off talking to Ann Taylor, okay? But just listen to this, okay? I got everything down into 7 minutes and 28 seconds.
Taylor, have you had sufficient time to discuss this case and all of its ramifications with your client?
I have, Your Honor.
Have you discussed fully with him his rights, defenses, and possible consequences to him of the guilty plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you been able to do all the discovery you feel necessary?
Yes, Your Honor.
And have you informed your client of the importance of providing the court truthful and accurate answers in taking this plea today?
I have.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in the matter not given before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Have you consumed any alcohol, drug, or other intoxicating substance that would impair your ability to understand or exercise reasonable judgment?
No.
You feel like you are thinking clearly today?
Yes.
You've heard the plea agreement that I talked about today. Do you agree with that plea agreement?
Yes.
Has anyone promised you that I would be lenient or easy on you if you pled guilty?
No.
Has anyone threatened you or anyone close to you to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything in exchange for your plea agreement?
No.
Has anyone told you to be untruthful in answering my questions today?
No.
Has anyone offered you a reward of any kind other than the plea agreement in order to get you to plead guilty today?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes.
And Mr. Kohberger, you understand that by entering the guilty plea in this case, you would be giving up your right to appeal any decision this court made, as well as your sentence.
Yes.
Have you had enough time to decide whether or not to plead guilty?
Yes.
Are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Given your choices, do you believe it's in your best interest to plead guilty?
Yes.
Have you discussed fully the matter of pleading guilty with your attorney, and are you satisfied with the advice you've received?
Yes.
Has your attorney advised you to your satisfaction about what your rights are, what your defenses may be, and what the possible consequences to you of your guilty plea are?
Yes.
Has your attorney done everything you've asked them to do?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with their representation of you?
Yes.
I have received a written guilty plea advisory questionnaire that is purported to be filled out by you. Did you fill that document out?
Yes.
Did you understand the questions that you answered in this document?
Yes.
And are the answers that are outlined in this document your answers?
Yes.
Are those answers truthful?
Yes.
Did you sign the document?
Yes.
And this document outlines many of the rights that you have in this case should you not plead guilty. Did you understand those rights?
Yes.
They include a right to a jury trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
They include a right to the presumption of innocence. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You have the right to require the state to prove your guilt as to each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand that?
Yes.
They include a right to confront your accusers and cross-examine witnesses presented by the state, including by utilizing the subpoena power of the court to accomplish that. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You understand you would have a privilege against self-incrimination and a right to remain silent, meaning you would not be compelled to testify if you did not wish to had you not pled guilty.
Yes.
You understand you're giving up that privilege and those rights that I've just outlined by pleading guilty.
Yes.
So as to count one burglary, the state would have to have proven that on or about November 13, 2022 in Latah County, Idaho, you unlawfully entered a residence located at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder. As to count two, the state would have had to have proven that on or about that same date in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Madison Mogan, a human being, by stabbing Madison Mogan, from which she died. As to count three, the state would have had to have proven that on that same date in Latah County, at that same address, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Kaylee Gonzalez, a human being, by stabbing her, from which she died. As to count four, the state would have had to have proven that on or about that same date in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being, by stabbing her, from which she died. And then as to count five, also murder in the first degree, that on or about November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being, by stabbing him, from which he died. Do you understand those things the state would have had to have proven?
Yes.
And do you understand that by pleading guilty, the state no longer has to prove those things because you're admitting those things are true?
Yes.
And then let me ask you, did you, on November 13th, 2022, enter the residence at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder?
Yes.
Did you, on November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, kill and murder Madison Mogan, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, and with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
Did you, on or about that same date in Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder Kaylee Gonzalez, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, and with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
And did you, on that same date in Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
And then on or about November 13th, 2022, again in Latah County, Idaho, did you kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being?
Yes.
Did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
With respect to count 1, burglary, felony, how do you plead, Mr. Kohberger, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 2, murder in the first degree, as it relates to the murder of Madison Mogan, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 3, as it relates to murder in the first degree for the murder of Kaylee Gonzalez, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 4, the first degree murder of Xana Kernodle, a human being, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 5, the first degree murder of Ethan Chapin, a human being, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
The court will find that the defendant understands the nature of the charges and each offense and the possible consequences to him of his guilty plea. The court finds that there is a factual basis for the plea and finds the defendant believes the plea to be in his best interest. I find that the plea was given freely, voluntarily, and was intelligently made. I accept the plea. I direct that it be entered.
Look it. And see, that's why I call these people lunatics. That is about as thorough as you could ever be where he admits to doing it. Okay? That if it was true what they're trying to claim, it would have been an Alford plea where he goes, well, they have enough evidence, so I'll take the, I'll plead guilty under, the Alford plea where I'm not real, well, you're not really pleading guilty. You're admitting that the state has enough evidence to convict you. And so you'll accept it. And you usually get like this lesser, it's kind of a deal. He's not getting any of that. He's getting life without parole with no chance of being able to, challenge it, appeal. He can't do it. So it's like when you watch that right there, how can anybody sit there with a straight face and think he didn't do it after listening to that? God, it's just brutal. These people are freaking lunatics, man. That's all there is to it. See, Gray, that's why I don't like you. You see, because it's just a different opinion. No, it's complete and utter shameful behavior for people to be out there pretending Kohberger's innocent when you have these families that were absolutely devastated, gutted by Kohberger and what he did. These families were just destroyed by Kohberger. And you're out there pretending it's such a great thing that he's now claiming he didn't do it. You people are embarrassing and really, really bad people, okay? You are terrible human beings. And I don't really know how else to tell you that, but you are. God, just sick. Running around, like just cheering like it's like they won the Super Bowl, like she said. All right. Anyways, I think that's it for that. All right, now I'm going to switch over to Nolan Wells. You guys remember that case that we covered a long time ago, or not a long time ago, a month or so ago, where he was he's a black kid and he was hanging out with a bunch of white people, so therefore there must be some racial component where the reason he died was because of that. That's what they claim, anyways. So he died. His body was found somewhere right over here. They were all hanging out there, partying on this island here. And I think it's, Horn Island. And he wanted to stay behind to talk to a girl. And then the other people left, but then their boat had trouble. And they had to call and make a distress call. All right. And so now there's this crazy crap going on because they've uncovered a distress call that the guy on the boat made, and this idiot person out there took the audio and claims it says all these different things, and just like you do with the spirit box, you hear like a wait, he says I drink a lot. I drink a lot. Oh my God, he does say that. He says I drink a lot. Listen, I drink a lot. Oh my God, he said it. Yeah, it's just, as soon as you tell somebody you hear something, then that's what you hear. But hey guys, I need your support on the channel in here. We're still just kind of struggling along. We got to get, I think right now we're at a third, so if you guys have the ability to help support the channel, we could definitely use some more channel memberships. That would be awesome. I don't know what I'm doing. See, you hear that? I said, doesn't that sound good? Hey, it says, doesn't it sound good? Well, then how come he doesn't say, it doesn't sound good, instead of, who talks like that? Is there anybody out there that talks like this? I don't think there's a soul that goes, no, they would say, that doesn't sound good. Yeah, that's, yeah, okay. It's weird. They got to work on these spirit box ghosts. They're just not very articulate, if you noticed. So let's see. Which one do I have here? I have two of them. All right. So one of them is on with Don Lemon. Of course, he's a race baiter. So. Listen. Well, actually, you know what? That one doesn't even matter. You can just do this one. This one's from Nancy Grace. I'm not sure what her opinion is on it. Okay, so there's this call, and there's this part that happens before the operator even gets on. When you're got the hold music and you're talking. Hey, thanks, Timothy Cecil up there. Look at this. This person, she claims to be an audio expert or something, right? And it's just ridiculous. And then she's writing in these words. See that? So people go, wow, it must be real then. Look at this. So listen, just listen. Wait, what do you mean? Sure he's dead? Look at it. Oh my God, he must be. Oh, he must be saying, sure he's dead. These people are stupid. God, Jesus. Isn't it there? I think it says you there. Sounds like you there. Watch. You there? You there? Doesn't that sound like you're there instead of he? Is he dead? Where did you come up with that one? Is he dead? I heard you're there. Yeah, listen to that again, you guys. I think I nailed it. You there? There, like one more time. No, but it sounds like you there. No, but and then now they're putting Nolan in there. No, but is it? This is so stupid. God, how do people get suckered by this shit? This is exactly the same thing as the spirit box. Sure he's dead. Sure he's dead. You there? How many? Let me ask you guys. Do you guys hear what I'm saying? I think it says, "Are you there?" You guys hear that? Here, listen to that one more time. Watch. You there? Doesn't that sound like you there? It's a question, right? Where are they getting "is he dead" from that? Oh my God! It says "is he?" I don't even hear it when I'm looking at it. Like, let's do that again. And then the answer is no to the question. Why? It's like, no, but it's just that you can't hear the rest of it, right? It doesn't say Nolan. You got the guy, right? Not look at. You packed the bag. Instead, it's, oh my God. Do you guys hear that at all? Oh, shit. I can hear, you packed the bag. Better than, sure he's dead. So it's, I packed the bag means, oh my God. Let's try to hear oh my God out of that. Hold on. Oh my God, this is so stupid. Nolan, don't die. Hey.
Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Nolan, don't die. Wow, these kids are morons. They have a dead body on a boat, and they're calling about the, it's taking on water. And they call up and go, hey, can you get over here really quick? In the meantime, we'll throw them overboard, or something. It's just doesn't make any sense at all. This crap, and by the way, when we were first covering it the first night, I was thinking, like, man, these parents, they seem really genuine. And then I completely changed my mind when later she's in this press conference and I see that their GoFundMe was at that time like $600,000. And one of the parents of the other kids on the boat wanted to talk to her, but she said, I don't really want to talk. She doesn't want the answers, you guys. They don't want the answers. They probably know their kid died from, he drowned somehow, right? And they want the money and the whole game that's played by Crump. All right, I think it's disgusting. As soon as she said she didn't want to talk to the family member, or the parents of one of the kids on the boat to talk about it, that's when I went, yeah, okay, this is stupid. All right, this is really...
Hey, we're at the...
Because let me ask you this. What parent wouldn't want to talk to... Like, if your kid died, wouldn't you want to talk to the parents or the other kids that were there? She was given the opportunity to, but didn't. Because Crump is like, yeah, we don't want to do that, because... I wonder what that GoFundMe is now. I bet it's over $1 million. All right?
West tip of Horn, and our village pump stopped working.
All right, so then they don't play the whole thing. I have the whole rest of it over here. All right, so this is after that first part. So that first part, there was music being played. So somehow they removed the audio from the music part of it, and then you hear that stuff that was being said in the background. And then right when the operator comes on, that's what this all is.
CETO assistant, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our village pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the water coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Ankles? Hello?
Hey.
Yes. How far is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down now.
All right. Well, let's get you going. Membership number or phone number listed on the account, sir.
I don't know the phone number. It's either Jerry Atkinson. I think it's Jerry Atkinson. Try that.
All right.
I know we have a membership, like guaranteed. I don't
All
have
right,
the tag
unless
on
you
here.
have a
It got ripped
membership
off.
number or anything, it's okay. I'll get you over to the captain. What's the best phone number to reach you at?
Reach me at 2.
All right, and is everybody on board in good health otherwise?
Yeah, everybody's
How
on
many?
board.
All right, do you need the United States Coast Guard?
What?
Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
No, we do not need that.
All right. All right, do you have your current GPS coordinates?
Let me go look.
If not, I can send you a text message.
North. All right, are you ready?
Yes, sir, I'm available.
North 30 degrees by 4672.
All right, 4672. All right, and you were breaking up a little bit. Can you just repeat it one more time to make sure I have it correct?
So you notice what this is why they don't play the rest of it. Because when you listen to the rest of it, it's just people on a boat trying to, obviously they've had something to drink. They're just trying to figure out, get somebody over there to help, right? You guys hear that? Just real simple stuff. All right, so how do we get the support for the channel up in here tonight, you guys? We're just kind of struggling along again. Let's try to have a decent night without some of the other people that seem to always be the ones that are supporting the channel all the time. So if you guys can try to make something happen in there, that'd be great. We've made the goal 2 nights in a row. Let's see if we can keep going.
Sorry, look.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, what?
So you're breaking
Thank you, Wild Bill. Come on, you guys, let's get going.
up. If you need assistance, do you have a VHF radio?
No, we do not have the VHF radio.
All right, well, let's try to get you going because you don't have good cell phone reception. Can you verify your coordinates one more time?
All right, so this is where I come in. I did it on that other case a while back.
Okay, my coordinates are 30 degrees by 14.684
Yeah.
north, and then west by 88 degrees by 46.790.
Right. So I did that. I put that in there, and this is where that goes. It's right there. This is the exact coordinates where the boat was in the water right there, okay? And then he was found somewhere in the water over here, but that's where, tons and tons of boats park all around in here. So they're on this side, and that means right after they took off, they had a problem, right? But it's in the same general area as where Nolan Wells was found. You get it? Yeah. We only have 5 gifted memberships tonight, you guys.
Right, looks like you're on Horn Island, correct? Are you
Yes,
on
we are
Horn
at Horn
Island?
Island. Yes.
All right, is the boat sinking or you have it aground?
We are sinking, yes.
Is it aground is the question?
No, we're not aground. We are in
Okay.
17 foot of water. We're in 31 foot of water.
All right, have to ask. What do you want to do? Do you want to be towed back?
I want to get this boat unsank and towed back, yes.
All right, where would you like it towed to, sir?
You can tow it to Ocean Springs Harbor, or Fort Bayou Launch.
All right, how many adults and children on board?
No, there's no children.
So, is there anybody on board? How many adults, sir? That was the question.
Yeah, so it's like 31 feet deep right here. I can see it over here on this.
Hello, can you hear me?
Try to jump in and pull the plug, Bart, while you're going.
Hey, good luck there, Wild Bill.
Hello, sir.
Thank you again.
Hello.
Yep, I just need you to answer these questions so I can get you over to the captain.
Let's get a first
How
this
many
time.
adults on board?
There's 0 adults on board.
There's nobody on board the boat?
Oh, Jesus.
Nobody
All right.
here is
wow.
over the age of 21.
Sir, that was not the question. Is there a person? Is there a person, a living individual on the boat?
I'm not sure even what she's asking. She's the one that's asking stupid questions. Is there a living person on the boat? No, the boat's just floating around. I mean, it seems like it was really obvious the whole time that they're on the boat. How do you think he was getting the coordinates to you? How do you think he knew how deep they were? Because he's looking at the instrumentation on the boat. I think she was the one asking dumb questions. Okay. Let me go back a little bit.
To Ocean Springs Harbor, or Fort Bayou launch.
All right, how many adults and children on board?
No, there's no children.
So, is there anybody on board? How many adults, sir? That was the question. Hello, can you hear me?
Better jump in and pull the plug, Bart, while you're going.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Yep, I just need you to answer these questions so I can get you over to the captain.
I rewound it.
How many adults on board?
There's 0 adults on board.
There's nobody on board the boat?
No. Nobody here is over the age of 21.
They're not adults.
Sir,
But
that
18
was not the question. Is there a person? Is there a person, a living individual on the boat?
Hello?
I think this 911
Is
or
there a
whatever,
living
she's
person,
crazy.
someone breathing on the boat? Is there anybody on the boat?
Yes, there's lots of people breathing on the boat.
All right, how many people, sir?
Like 7.
All right, thank you. Does everyone have life jackets on or available to them?
Yes, we have life jackets available.
All right, verify what boat's sinking.
A Triton, 22-foot offshore, 22-foot Triton offshore sea flight hull.
All right. All right.
Don't you think she's kind of dumb? This lady? You know, how many adults are on there? And he was like responding, I don't know if you have to be 21 to be an adult where they are, but usually it's 18. But he said, yeah, there's no adults. We're all, basically we're all, that should be like we're all juvenile. I don't know, man. And then, like, of course, you're on the boat because you knew you were in 31 feet of water and that here are the GPS coordinates. How would he got that?
Please hold. I'm transferring you to the local captain now.
Let me rewind this.
What want to do? Do you want to be towed back?
I want to get this boat unsank and towed back, yes.
All right, where would you like
I wanted to get it unsank. I'm not sure that's a word.
to get towed to, sir?
You can tow it to Ocean Springs Harbor, or Fort Bayou launch.
All right, how many adults and children on board?
No, there's no children.
So, is there anybody on board? How many adults, sir? That was the question.
I guess he says there's no
Hello,
children,
can you hear me?
but there's no adults. I guess,
Better jump in and pull the plug, Bart, while you're going.
yeah.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
See, when you hear that right there, pull the plug, I think they're talking about the scupper plug. But here's the thing, it's like, does it sound like there's a dead body around during the rest of this? You notice how all of these clowns that cover this thing, they cut off the rest of the call because, okay, yeah, this is too contradictory to the story we want to tell. Yeah. Don't play the rest of it. It's just like what TMZ always does. They don't give you the relevant stuff that would debunk what they're trying to claim. So you have all these people, like even on Don Lemon, he only played that first part and then barely got started when this operator goes, what's your emergency or whatever, and then boom, he's done. What matters is the rest of it, right? Because the rest of it, there's nobody really incredibly frantic or anything. They're just trying to, it's obvious. There's no dead person around. Nobody's going, oh my God, send an ambulance, hurry up, we need... nothing's happening like that. This is ridiculous, all right?
Yep, I just need you to answer these questions so I can get you over to the captain.
Okay,
How many
what's
adults
going
on board?
There's 0 adults on board.
There's nobody on board the boat?
No. Nobody here is over the age of 21.
Sir, that was not the question. Is there a person? Is there a person, a living individual on the boat?
He's probably like, why are you asking me this?
Hello?
Is there a living person, someone breathing on the boat? Is there anybody on the boat?
Yes, there's lots of people breathing on the boat.
All right, how many people, sir?
Like 7.
All right, thank you.
You hear him hiccup there? I'm sure these guys have all been drinking. I actually think that's probably what happened to Nolan. He had too much to drink. He went in the water. And, it's kind of strange. Like, when you drink a lot and you're in the water, some of the obvious things that you don't do, you do. Like, you might, be too lazy and inhale at the wrong time or something because you're just so out of it, So a lot of times, even people that can swim, if they're drunk, they drown. If they're drunk.
Does everyone have life jackets on or available to them?
Yes, we have life jackets available.
All right. Verify what boat's sinking.
A Triton, 22-foot offshore, 22-foot Triton offshore sea flight hull.
What do you mean they was near the island? What does that mean?
All right.
Yeah, they didn't want the boat to sink, right?
All right. Please hold. I'm transferring you to the local captain now.
Okay, thank you.
Well, you transfer, but then you talk to him.
This is Captain Seth.
Hi, Cap.
Now listen to how her voice is totally different now. She's trying to have that little cute voice. And
Captain now.
Watch.
Okay, thank you.
This is Captain Seth.
Hi, Captain Seth. This is Vicky from International. How you doing today?
Doing good. How are you?
Good, good. I apologize ahead of time.
I apologize ahead of time. These kids are,
I really do. You're going to have a fee-for-service come up under Jerry.
Okay.
It sounds like a bunch of kids on board on Horn Island. He's letting me know that his father's a member, but he can't give me any information. And he's saying the boat is sinking, and he's on Horn Island. It's just unfortunate. He's just a kid. There's a lot going on. So
Right.
he said there's about a lot of people on board. He says he thinks about 7. I'm guessing they're all under 18.
Do you notice how this operator doesn't, even though she's hearing it clearly through there, isn't like, man, it sounds like there might be something really bad going on with somebody else. I could kind of hear some of the stuff in the background. It sounds like there's, somebody's really in some trouble, You don't hear any of that. See, that's why they don't play this part here. This is all total BS. Now, I don't know. There could be some other reason why he drowned in the water at some point, but the stuff that they're putting out there is intentionally just trying to gin up something.
And I'm not trying to be rude. He wants you guys to go out there and unpump the boat and then tow it in.
Do you know what kind of boat it is?
He said a Triton 24-footer, but that's all he can give me.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I just actually got off the phone with his grandpa, who I'm guessing is the owner of the boat. And he said that Jerry. Yeah, he said,
okay.
I just hung up with him. He said that they don't need any help right now, but if something changes, he'll call me back. So I'm guessing that they may have figured it out, because that's what he said. So they're in a panic and their boat won't crank.
Yeah, they're in a panic.
I don't think it sounded too panicky. But that guy Bart showed up. He had a boat and they fixed it.
He's saying the bilge is not keeping up. I asked for Coast Guard. He said no, but he's just really upset on the back end. And, I get it. It's a kid. He just doesn't understand.
Oh, okay. Do you still have him on the line?
Yes, I still have him on the line. And, again, I couldn't find he couldn't give me anything regarding his grandfather's, membership, so it's just under Jerry fee-for-service.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I just talked to. If you want to, we're so tied up right now. We can't really do any non-member jobs right now.
Is Jerry a member? Did you find out if he was a member or not?
Yeah, but I'm not sure if it's his boat or what. I'm not sure what's going.
I mean, he could have been in the water and he was swimming, and another boat hit him in the head and didn't even notice, and they drove away. But that wasn't even any of his injuries. It just is like he drowned. That's what it came out to.
Went on with it. But yeah, transfer the kid over. I'll talk to him, and then.
I didn't think they sounded panicky or anything. I don't know what the hell she's talking.
And then I'll call his grandpa back as well.
All right. And did you want me to look up Jerry's membership number or anything like that to see if he's up? I know you guys are
You can
swamped.
try this cell phone
Thanks,
number.
Sally Cake.
Yes, sir.
Anything on this phone number?
All right. Yep. Jerry. Yeah, he's an active member. Hold on.
What kind of boat do you have on there? Same boat?
Yeah, he's one. Yeah, he's one of your members. Yep, 22-foot Triton. All right.
Triton?
I'll just disregard this one. I'm gonna send you over an accurate one under this Jerry Ackerson one. Okay,
Sure.
he's one of your members. You'll
Hot.
get in a couple minutes. Okay.
Okay, perfect. All right, and yeah, just transfer this kid over whenever you get a chance.
All right. Transferring now. Thank you again, Captain.
All
Stay
righty.
safe out there. It's crazy. Have a drink.
Oh, it's wild. All righty, thank you.
Thank you.
Have a drink,
Bye-bye.
she said. She said, have a drink. Yeah. So I think it was just incredibly irresponsible. And this is what they do now. You know, these news outlets, you know, unfortunately, even, I mean, just some of the bigger ones, they run with this kind of shit, pretending that there's these words being said, and none of us, you can't hear anything. Now, something that Susan sent me was pretty interesting was this guy's right here. This is exactly the phenomenon that I'm always talking about. This guy named Kevin Lee Magic.
It freak you out, so listen carefully.
Yeah, let me just start this over again. I hate how Instagram is like that.
Change what you hear. This might freak you out, so listen carefully. I'll make your brain change what you hear. This might freak you out, so listen carefully. You just heard brainstorm, but right now change the phrase in your mind to green needle and listen again. This is the same audio that's playing, but depending on what phrase you say in your mind, that's what you hear.
Exactly.
So if you say green needle 5 times in a row and vice versa, that's all you hear. If you heard both, make sure to share the video.
I heard green needle the second time, and the other one the first time. Anyways, what the heck? I don't know what the hell that was. But anyways, that's pretty crazy, right? So that's how the spirit boxes work. You know, you're just told that you hear something, and then you hear it. All right, you guys, gonna have to try it again. If you guys could please help support the channel. Hey, thanks, Mike, on the Venmo over there. Appreciate that. But if you guys could help support the channel, we haven't had any challenges of any sort tonight, so it'd be great to get somebody to do one of those. I typed it in the chat. Didn't seem like anybody heard that, but that's what my channel relies on the people watching to survive, and that's also what allows us to donate a ton of money at the end of the month. Last month we donated $4,000 to various true crime related charities, and without your guys' support, we're not able to do that. Does that mean anything? Yeah, it sucks having the struggle nights, you know. It's just, man, yeah, I'm sitting here doing the same thing. I think this has been an interesting show tonight. But there you go. If you're selling conspiracies, everybody wants to support. If you're not, it's just, yeah, okay. Status quo. So let's see if we can get something moving along here, you guys. Yeah, so I don't think in this case, I don't know what happened to him, how he died, or anything. It sounds like, even the expert that the family hired didn't say there was something nefarious. They couldn't find anything. He probably just drank too much and he drowned. That's what happens. Okay? Now, and the fact that he doesn't have any injuries just sort of means that maybe something, there's nothing to indicate foul play. There's no marks on him or anything. So there could be, just gotten a little bit of water and it pulled him out and he drowned. Somebody who sent me an email about, or they typed it in there about riptides, they're out in that area. Maybe he got pulled out and then eventually his body made it back to shore. Mm-hmm. Yeah, don't worry about it, Sandy. I'm just playing it. Forget taking out the earphones. It's bullshit. Everything that they told you it said. I have the full one. I just played it. And no, the full one is the one that TMZ had. It's like 8 minutes long. And then there's this little bit of a clip that is just before the operator came on. That's where they're saying Nolan and everything. It's so stupid. Yeah. Just don't worry about it, Sandy. I got it. I just played everything. All right. I played everything at the beginning, and then I played the whole thing after that. All right. All right. So I guess we're shifting topics again. No, that's not what I was looking for. I was in the wrong folder. All right, so Brian Enton today had these.
Hey guys, thanks so much for
experts on, or linguistics, I guess, or with the letters. Let's see what they have to say. All right.
To these two notes, and I want you to hear everything. Yeah, so those are the two. And again, we knew most of this just through our reporting and different leaks, but to actually see the full notes, the way that they arrived, is really interesting. And I want to talk about this. Jim Fitzgerald, who is a retired FBI profiler, you guys have seen him on my show many times. He has the Cold Red podcast. He is just an awesome guy. And his wife is actually a forensic linguist. Her name is Natalie Schilling. She is a professor at Georgia.
Let's see. Chicken Wing, you said, wait, what? LOL. Then that's wild. And then LOL. And then, are you guys seeing my messages? And then your next one is, you're not asking anybody anything, okay? So what are you wanting people to say to that? Then you start saying, hey, Alley Cake, oh yeah, I've been tagging people, and I don't see any of that. You're just commenting, and then because nobody's saying something to your comment. I don't know, man. I don't know. Can we just not have complaining in here tonight, you guys? Please? Thanks.
Georgetown, and just brilliant, just like him. So they're actually both going to join me and have really, really interesting insight into these two notes. And I want you to hear everything they have to say, because there's so much that I would have never noticed. Fitz and Natalie, it's really nice to see you. I was very excited when Fitz said that you would be joining us, Natalie, and the fact that you're...
All right, these are the people here, okay? We're just going to listen to the audio, though. All right.
Forensic linguist. I'm really, really interested in everything that that you have to say about these notes and kind of where we're at with the Nancy Guthrie investigation. And I know you and Fitz have been talking about all of this stuff behind the scenes since the beginning, really. So I'm interested to hear what you have to say, and as always, what Fitz has to say. I just wanted to start, Fitz, because I thought about this when when the sheriff's office put out this news release on Friday about the 6-month mark and went through and talked about what you should look for in a person who may be involved, a change in mood, a change in physical appearance, injuries, sudden departures from the area.
Which there are probably going to be some copycats coming in this weekend, I'll bet, who claim they're the person who wrote this. So I don't think it's too little too late. I think that probably going to be some copycats coming in this weekend, I'll bet, who claim they're the person who wrote this. So I don't think it's too little too late. I think they had to time it for a logistical, if not tactical perspective. And they did it at the 6-month point. I think we're fine. Now, whether, and I'll make this a little clearer in a few minutes, I'm still not convinced these 2 emails we're going to discuss today are, in fact, the kidnapper. And I'll run some hypotheses by you shortly. So all our goal is today with me and Natalie, to your audience, let's try to find out who wrote these 2 emails using forensic linguistics. And you can be an amateur because we all speak language our whole lives and read it, most of us. And that's what our goal is today, to pinpoint some very I'll just say idiosyncratic and unusual features. I'm not going to use the word unique, which literally means one of a kind. I know Natalie won't either. There's been a few cases we worked where we had something one of a kind, but this quite isn't it. So, look, I've been very cautious about criticizing the investigators. I always say at the top of these things, the bosses go at each other sometimes with egos and narcissism, whatever, but the worker bees tend to get along just fine. My understanding, the FBI agents that are still involved with the sheriff's deputies, investigators, they're working just fine. And to me, that's the most important of this. They all came together and said, let's release this, perhaps timed with Savannah's statement from a day or 2 ago, and I think even a more recent one. So
yeah, I'm removing your comment, Lee, because you got that from this interview here, and you want to pretend that you came up with it. So we'll be listening to that a little bit later. I thought that was a cool thing that this host brought up.
Well, I think the timing, to me,
hey, thanks, Tracy.
I would argue is perfect right now.
This last month has been so crazy. I've been on the road so much for work. There's been a lot of crime news. And when I finally get home, I always look forward to trying to get my eating back on track with Factor. And I really, while supply, they can't harm the hard copies, which...
It is, and I don't want to take away from Savannah. I have no doubt
they can't harm you if they can't find you. Click the link below to claim your 60% off and get your personal data off the market. Yeah, and just before we get into the notes, you mentioned the Savannah statements. We had the Savannah statement, I think, that came out last Monday, which was when she said, I have a very specific message, and it sounded like a very targeted message to the person who may have written the notes. Then we had this release and the release of the notes. And then there was another Savannah message. I guess it was yesterday on the 6-month mark. Do you think, Fitz, that this is all part of like a strategy, like one strategy, you think?
It is. And I don't want to take away from Savannah. I have no doubt they are 95% her words, her sentiments, her feelings. She means what.
Let's see if they say the same thing that I've said.
She says when she's looking into the camera. But I would be very surprised if my former colleagues in the behavioral analysis unit in Quantico with the FBI were not involved in at least tightening it up and, just some new.
Yeah, my thing is she's writing, because the second note showed that the person had some feelings of some sort. They apologized. Her last Instagram video was to try to get through to that part of that person's psyche to then say, hey, this is where we buried your mom. That's exactly why she put that out. And I said that the moment it was put out.
Response features, maybe hold off on this part, maybe put this part in and take it from there. So it is coordinated, but I have no doubt it is genuinely directly from Savannah's heart and that of her family.
I don't know what you're talking about, Lee.
Okay, so let's dive into the notes now. And I remember you saying it was difficult until we had the hard copies, which you said there's a couple minor redactions, but for the most part, we can really see what they are now. I guess with both of you, what was your first impression when you got both notes?
And let me just start with this. I want to go through these hypotheses, but
Sure.
first of all, I was glad to see them. Second of all, I said, hey, this is just what I do. I know it's what Natalie does, and you'll hear from her in a few minutes. But I just want, for your audience sake now, and this is not that different from what perhaps was intimated before when I was with you, Brian. But I just want to say what we're going to try to do today is work under three hypotheses. And I would say only one of them is going to be accurate when this case is finally resolved. And the first hypothesis is that the masked perpetrator who abducted and wrote the emails did it for kidnapping/profit purposes. So that's one way. So the masked perpetrator also wrote these emails because it's legitimate kidnapping, which are the rarest of the rare in the U.S. and even in North America. But
yeah, so they're going with our original nutjob theory. The only reason I think it's the Bonnie and Clyde one too. That's like an evolve. One of my other theories is because of that walkie-talkie looking item, and then it also would allow somebody to be a lookout and somebody to pull up into the front. But as we've talked about, you could do it all by yourself.
That's hypothesis one. Hypothesis two: the masked perp did the abduction, wrote the emails, but it never was really a legitimate kidnapping. It was done as a smokescreen and a misdirection to throw off the investigators. And the last hypothesis is that this masked perpetrator, I keep calling him, had nothing to do with these two emails. He did the abduction for whatever reason, and someone else, an opportunist, undertook these sending off these two emails the day after the abduction, February 2nd, which
I don't agree with him at all on that.
We're calling Q1, and 4 days after that, February 6th, which were
the hard copies, which you said there's a couple minor redactions, but for the most part, we can
I'm just going to listen to that again.
Really see what they are now. I guess with both of you, what was your first impression when you got both notes?
And let me just start with this. I want to go through these hypotheses, but
Sure.
First of all, I was glad to see them. Second of all, I said, hey, this is just what I do. I know it's what Natalie does, and you'll hear from her in a few minutes. But I just want, for your audience sake now, and this is not that different from what perhaps was intimated before when I was with you, Brian. But I just want to say what we're going to try to do today is work under three hypotheses. And I would say only one of them is going to be accurate when this case is finally resolved.
Yeah, okay, I'll tell you the three, without listening to this, I haven't listened to it. Let's see, it's going to be the lone nut job theory, where obviously then, the lone nut job theory, or like a Bonnie and Clyde type of thing, or it's going to be there's somebody controlling, it's a leader that's having these other people do it, to do the abduction. But hey guys, I need your guys' support on the channel tonight. I'm not sure what's going on if I'm saying, hey guys, we need to get the support and we're just dead as a doornail. I can just give you guys the link and you can go watch it if you want. I don't want to sit here and just spin my wheels. We're not making any progress. The whole point of, like what we try to do during the show is bring in awareness to the cases, bring in the support for the channel, and then it allows us to donate money as well as survive as a YouTube channel. So is there something about the topic tonight that's just not exciting enough to get the support?
And the first hypothesis is...
Anybody have an answer to that one?
That the masked perpetrator who abducted and wrote the emails did it for kidnapping/profit purposes. So that's one way. So the masked perpetrator also wrote these emails.
Okay, yeah.
Because it's legitimate kidnapping, which are the rarest of the rare in the U.S. and even in North America. But that's hypothesis one. Hypothesis.
Thanks, Richard Watts.
Two, the masked perp did the abduction, wrote the emails, but it never was really a legitimate kidnapping. It was done as a smokescreen and a misdirection to throw off the...
Okay. Yeah, well, that was one that we talked about at the very beginning, too. That they wanted to look like it was a kidnapping, but it was really just a killer. So that to have a theory like that means you believe it's a family member or something. Because that means she was killed for a different reason, and that the ransom part, that whole thing was to make it look like that's what it was. But that's just totally bullshit, right? Because there's these real crypto accounts that were put out there.
Investigators. And the last hypothesis is that this masked perpetrator, I keep calling him, had nothing to do with these two emails. He did the abduction for whatever reason, and someone else, an opportunist, undertook these sending.
Yeah, I think that's ludicrous. See, he didn't bring up the other ones that are, very way more likely than that. These other two is that there's like two different people that did this, and they planned it all out, and they're just their own little team. That's why there was a walkie-talkie perhaps in the pocket. That's way more likely than two of the theories that he put out there.
Off these two emails the day after the abduction.
I think that's ludicrous to say that, oh yeah, this person, there was a guy that did this, and then it went wrong or whatever, but then these opportunistic people sent in ransom notes. How did they know about the watch at the foot of the bed on the ground? I mean, see, this guy doesn't seem to know about stuff like that. That should rule out even mentioning that theory that he just gave.
February 2nd, which we're calling Q1, and 4 days after that, February 6th, which we're calling Q2. So I can't think of another hypothesis that would fit in there. So it's the masked guy wrote the...
Hey, how's the fire situation over there, Jessica?
And two hypotheses, because he really wanted the money. The masked guy wrote these, doesn't care about the money at all, had some other personal agenda, and just used that as a smokescreen. Or the masked guy did it and then had nothing to do with the emails, and someone else, an opportunist from Tucson, from the U.S., from overseas, wherever. So our goal is here, Brian, regardless of one of those hypotheses, which one turns out to be true, we still want to try to identify the author. Just like we did in the
I think that they left the ones that make more sense than two of the ones he said are somebody else is sort of like a leader that got some other people to do the abduction, or that it's just, like a Bonnie and Clyde situation. Those are way more likely than, she was abducted and killed, and then somebody else just took advantage of the situation. Those don't make sense at all. Are you guys not even following what I'm saying? That doesn't make any sense, because the FBI believes that they're real because they mentioned the white watch on the ground and on the floor in front of the bed. Okay? That's it. They know. So that means that it can't be that theory. So I'm not even sure why this guy is suggesting that one.
I'm kind of just personally leaning towards hypotheses 1 and 2. I am very convinced by the line in the first email about the location of the Apple Watch and the broken floodlight. And I know some people have said, but someone could have seen the crime scene was...
Yeah, see, the guy on the bottom, that should make him not mention the third one that he said.
Opened up for a little bit, and the thought that some stranger would be back behind her house or flying a drone that early on and have seen the broken floodlight and somehow know, and also how would they... I'm more and more convinced that these are real. That's just my personal feeling.
And Brian, you may know better than me, but I don't know if the authorities ever officially acknowledged, yes, the smartwatch was found at the foot of her bed.
Well, they must, though. See, that's why this... I don't know what the deal is, you guys, but what about logic, reason, and common sense? If the watch wasn't found on the ground in front of the bed, they wouldn't be looking at it as a kidnapping for hire gone wrong. They'd say, well, that was bogus information. They must know that that's true. So even asking the question means that you're not deploying logic, reason, or common sense. Right? How would they not have verified? If they didn't verify it, they would not be looking at this case like that.
No.
Okay.
They haven't. But they have acknowledged that there were things from early on that...
See, why did Brian Enton even say that? No, they haven't. Well, they have. They've implicitly, they have, right? I mean, see, this is what I'm saying, you guys. It's just think through shit. I don't even know, man. I mean, you got these experts out here. Of course they have. Of course. It's in the letter. They saw it was on the ground there. That's why they're like, wow, this is real. The floodlight, if it was just a floodlight, I could see them going, I don't know, man. Somebody did mention that in the news. Where the watch is the key. The The white smartwatch on the floor in front of her bed. That's huge, right? It says right here. She had a white smartwatch on the floor of the foot of her bed. So what's interesting here where it says she had that's not really how you would say that. You would say there was a smartwatch on the floor in front of her bed. And the white floodlight in the backyard was destroyed. Okay, so they probably did that. And then, see, the fact that that floodlight is destroyed matched with the watch on the floor in front of the bed sort of is evidence that they're the ones that broke the floodlight because they put both of them in there. It's not Lee. It's not Lee. I'm sorry. You're misinformed.
There were things in the letter that made them believe that it was real. So they didn't say, oh, there were some things and some were right and some were wrong. And Savannah said the same thing in her interview when she did it with Hoda. So I think those things are right.
And that, and there've been, like you said, there were first responders there and others. There's video of her, of Nancy from a couple years ago wearing the watch. She did a tour of her bed.
Right, but how would they know that it was on the floor?
Bedroom on video with Savannah one.
That's great, but how would you know that the watch was on the floor?
Just, fun mom and daughter things, very normal stuff, except she happens to be Savannah, a very successful and wealthy TV personality. So yeah, you're right. 1 and 2 could very well be where this would lean. Not
anyway, we can get more chatting going on, you guys. Dead as a doornail again.
Both, one or the other, I would say, and we'll see how it plays out. But the bottom line is, let's try to identify the author of this communication. If they're these opportunists and we just blow them out of the water and know this whole thing was for just kicks and giggles for them, or maybe trying to get some money, who knows? Then that means the investigation can move on otherwise.
Yeah, I agree. So for both of you, when you first got these and you could see them in their entirety, what stood out?
I'm going to turn it over.
Hey, Lee, if you're suggesting that, we're going to have to put you... We're not going to do that in here, okay? All right? We don't... I don't believe, and most logical... I mean, I can't say it's impossible a family member's involved, but they cleared him. Savannah said that, obviously she was hugging him and stuff like that. So she would have known. They would have told her, hey, we think maybe, But they didn't do that. I don't know, you guys, it's just, man, just crazy people.
To Natalie, she has a very succinct, and maybe, Natalie, real quick, forensic linguistics, idiolect, and we can...
Are you guys still here tonight? I know I have to keep asking this all the time, but there's been no comments for 4 minutes. That's a long time when you're doing a live stream. Anybody out there? Hello? Okay, then can you type, please?
Educate the audience a little bit about that stuff.
Okay, yeah, so thanks for having me, Brian. I appreciate it. I guess like both of you...
Whose wife? Who are you talking about?
One of the first reactions when I saw the communications was, oh, at last, finally, we can see the actual wording. We've seen paraphrase, we've seen what people say was said, but that doesn't capture all the language details that could be useful for us and for a forensic linguist. So linguistics is the scientific study of human language, and then forensic linguistics involves taking the tools of linguistics and applying them to language evidence. So linguists look at minute details of language, some of which anybody who's a speaker of that language might see, they might not, others of which might be very subtle and people who aren't specialists wouldn't notice. We also look for patterns of features that people just going about their everyday lives reading stuff aren't necessarily going to pick up on or even care about or need. And forensic linguistics involves, among other areas, we can do what we call author profiling. So we look at a communication or several communications and what, if anything, can we say about the person?
I'm going to move it forward.
Our involvement with our language is unique. So we have different when we're talking about forensic linguistics. We were struck by many of the same things. So another thing that we noticed was she will be released within 12 hours of deposit to a safe drop-off location back in Tucson. So we see that back there, and at first you might think, oh, so that must mean that she's not in Tucson now, or the writer is not in Tucson.
They have
or,
different last names. I don't know
abductor. But Jim has some other thoughts on that. I'll let him elaborate on those. But sort of the idea that, well, why did you even put a location in there? Is this sort of a ruse to get somebody to think, oh, they're not in Tucson. Maybe they are in Tucson. So that kind of thing. Then other things that we noticed were and these are very...
We know, Lee. We know the case better than you do. Quit filling in stuff that everybody already knows. Thank you.
Very interesting features that I'm going to talk about now because they're highly variable.
Hey, thanks, Karen. You just helped support the channel during an absolute desert of support tonight, so thank you.
In language. And as I just said, people, each individual, we have habitual ways of doing these things that are variable. So the date and time format. So you'll see 5, no space, capital P, capital M, 5 p.m. And then later you'll see 5 p.m. again.
I don't know. I don't think it doesn't seem that if you're not good at it, why would it be interesting?
Written the same way. There are lots of ways you can write 5 p.m. You can write 5 space, capital P, capital...
See, this kind of stuff here is ludicrous to me. It's like, who cares? Yeah, you could say 5 p.m. You could go 5 space P dot M dot. You could do... so what? So what that there's all these other ways you could do it? It doesn't say anything. It just means that that's what it is. That's how this person types it in. You know what I mean? Hey, look at that. We got the first challenge of the evening by Karen. So we need 2 gifted $5 super chats or whatever. And then she'll send 10 on PayPal. Thank you. Almost be shocking if we got that.
5 space, lowercase p, period, lowercase m, period. You could put 5 in the afternoon. You don't,
you can do lots of different things. This person didn't do that, but what they did write is very common. So what difference does it make?
To write p.m. Monday the 9th, 9 th. You might just write Monday, February 9th.
I think it is sort of interesting, like Brian Etten brings up, like, why did they put Monday in there? See, that is sort of interesting, maybe that's just how they type. Thursday the 5th, why not just say, February 5th or something? Or, Monday, or February 9th for the other one, instead of giving the actual date of it. It's almost like the full date was put somewhere and then, put this to text. But that's not what happened. None of this is AI or anything.
Monday, Feb 9, Monday 2/9.
Hey, thanks, 6 Kids UK. Yeah, there's been none, Karen. We absolute struggle. I don't know what the deal is, but I guess some nights are just like that.
Monday 9 Feb in a different order, so you might or might not have the TH, but there's all these other variable things you could do with the date and time, and this author does them a particular way. 5 p.m. is 5 with no space, capital, and it's Monday the 9th, TH.
Yeah.
And so that's an interesting feature that...
Okay, wow, they put 9th with a TH. I bet you a lot of you sitting in here right now would type the same way. If you're just typing in, you'd say, yeah, it's going to be on the 5th. You would type a 5 and a TH, right? Put a 1 if you would type in 5th like that. Like, hey, I'm going to be there on the 5th. You didn't type in F-I-F-T-H. You typed in 5-T-H. I would do that. I don't have a set way either. Sometimes when I type 5 p.m., I'll go 5 space P period M period. Sometimes I go, oh, okay, I'll do 5 and then 2 little P and a little M, and then sometimes a big P and an M. You know what I'm saying? I change all the time. I don't have, it's just sort of like, okay, It doesn't mean anything.
Maybe somebody out there could see in the writing of somebody they know.
It's interesting you bring that up, because when I was first reading these, and there's weird things that stood out to me, but that's not something I would have written. Not that that means anything, but like if I was going to write a note, I would have said February 5th, February 9th. Turn her over by February 9th at 5 p.m. You know what I mean? The fact that it says Monday the 9th at 5 p.m., does that mean anything to you? I mean, is that a certain like nationality that would do that, or is this a trans?
I mean, it's kind of cool because the lady's really excited about that little thing, you know.
Translation, like, does it mean anything in that way?
I don't know, but it does mean something that you personally would not do it that way. That's...
Yeah, but does it really mean something? See, that's kind of a weird statement that she just made right there. It does mean something that it's something that you wouldn't do. What do you mean? You just listed a whole bunch of ways people might do something, and so he wouldn't do it that way. I don't know. See, it's just one of those things. It's the way these people try to make everything seem really interesting.
That's kind of the point. It seems, you're right, it strikes us as unusual.
I do agree, though, that putting Monday, the actual the day of the week, is kind of sort of mildly interesting. Except that could just be, they're looking at a calendar and they're just making sure that they know the date, Thursday the 5th. Instead of just saying the 5th, they want them to know that it's Thursday. It's coming up.
Usual for what's supposed to be a ransom note. You would think it would be precise,
Yeah, maybe you wouldn't add the Monday, but maybe some other people would. And she's saying, she's actually sort of disagreeing with Enton here. She goes, yeah, you'd think you'd be precise.
You would say 5 p.m., February 9th, 2026, or, something a little...
But that is very precise. It's even just as precise, saying Thursday the 5th. They didn't give you a time. Well, it did say the time. It said by 5 p.m. Monday the 9th. The part about the 5th, it doesn't have a time on that one. The 9th it has... I guess what they're saying is just, you have to send it sometime on the 5th. And then if not, your final deadline is 5 p.m. Monday the 9th.
Bit more rather than, hey, yeah, I'll talk to you on Monday. Like, why do we care what day of the week it is? So it's unusual. I wouldn't say necessarily.
I don't think it's unusual. I just think it's sort of interesting. Like, okay, yeah, this is a person. I don't think it's incredibly unusual. You know why? Because when I was reading it, and I think a lot of you read it, you didn't go, wow, that's weird that he said Monday and Thursday. Because it's just... That's how people might talk. Yeah, come over here on Thursday the 25th. When you do a... I guess what could be interesting about that is... I don't know if I haven't listened or watched this, but, people who type that way are sometimes people that work in, like a hospital or something like that. You might be somebody... let's say a patient calls up and says, hey... when I need to make an appointment, and they'll tell you, they actually say that, specifically stuff like that. They'll say, yeah, how about Thursday the 5th? Every single time they'll say it just like that. Have you noticed that? When you're making an appointment at a doctor's office or something, they always do it that way. They don't say July 5th only. They'll say, yeah, how about Thursday the 5th? Because you're sort of looking for a date that works or whatever. So they'll say, hey, Thursday, I'd say that. So maybe it's something like that. Somebody that's, but to me that doesn't mean anything because I might type that in and I'm not one of those people.
Necessarily associated with a particular nationality. What might indicate perhaps a non-U.S. person in this is where you see USD, 4 million USD, 6 million USD, so United States dollars. That seems more likely that a non-U.S. person would indicate the denomination of currency than if it was somebody born and raised living in the U.S. who's more immersed in the context of the U.S. And that's another point of variability is how do you write dollar amounts? and we'll see dollar, number 4, word spelled out, million. We don't see 4, comma, 000, comma, 000. Same with 6 million. We don't see the dollar sign with 6 million, but we see the word million. It's not all the zeros. And different people write numbers differently. Also, the fact that all the
yeah, would any of you guys actually go like 4 and then start putting a bunch of zeros in there? I think it's more precise to actually say 4 and then the word million. Somebody might look at it and go, oh, that was 400,000. You know, you want like you might accidentally put in less zeros or whatever. But you say 4 million, it's obvious. Or you say 6 million. I think that's how I would say $6 million. And they do, but the US dollar portion, you know, maybe that's intentional to make it seem like maybe they're not American, or it's just, again, they're being precise. You know, we want 4 million US dollars.
numbers are written as numbers and they're not spelled out as words. Some people spell them out as words. This author doesn't do that. So
and the dollar sign in front of the 4, plus they wrote million USD. I don't, you know, even putting the dollar sign is kind of interesting. I'm not sure I would have done that.
Right, especially because you said USD.
Yeah, well, yeah, you already said. You're right, but I don't know.
So in a way, it's redundant that you're doing both. But then the next instance, they don't include the dollar sign.
Yeah, I think it's just over-analysis paralysis. You know, it's like.
So
they didn't put the dollar sign in front of the 6 million USD, but they put it in front of the 4 million. Maybe they started to type in 4 million, they go, let's type in million. And then the next time they remembered that they didn't need the dollar sign. What it seems like to me is somebody wrote this and they just didn't take the time to go edit it. Like sit around and really dig in and edit and stuff. They just thought, you know, like a lot of times, like when I'm typing sometimes I'll type a title or something and I'll screw it up. But I assumed I did it right. But my fingers didn't hit the right thing.
Even within an individual, we can have some variability, but we're also seeing a consistency. They write out million, they write the dates and times in particular ways. There's also very even more minute details, such as do they use commas or not? Where do they use them? And interestingly, the times that they use a comma are
Thanks, Karen.
when they have
and Lisa for the
if
coffee.
something, if let me see. If payment is not received, comma.
Let me see. If payment is not received by the last deadline on Monday,
the ransom will be increased.
Wait, hold on. God dang it.
Are when they have if something, if let me see, if payment is not received, comma, the ransom will be increased.
No, but they said if payment is not received by the last deadline on Monday the 9th at 5 p.m., she will be killed.
There are other places in this note where technically a comma would be the correct thing to do.
I think that's, but I'm not sure that's an error. Is that an error to say, if payment is not received by the last deadline on Monday the 9th at 5 p.m., comma, she will be killed? That seems like pretty legitimate. What is she referring to? Oh, okay, it's up there. If payment is not received, the ransom will be increased to 6 million US dollars, which will need to be paid. So what is she saying again? So that's a different portion.
Are when they have if something, if let me see, if payment is not received, comma, the ransom will be increased. There are other places in this note where technically a comma would be the correct thing to do, such as she will be held for ransom, comma, and once payment is received.
Yeah, see, it just means that they, you know, I think they're just like a regular person, you know? They don't always put the commas in the right place.
She will be released.
That means
but
they're
we
not a professor.
Don't see that comma, but we do see it in particular.
They're not an English professor.
Particular places. And there's also something in the last 2 sentences of the communication we see commas being used. You will not be able to contact me from here on out, comma. There will be no negotiation. That's technically an incorrect use of a comma. It's what.
And same with the next line too, I think.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah, it should just be periods.
Yeah,
and
it should be just be periods.
New sentence.
Periods or semicolon.
I feel like I'm back in English class again.
Well, we do a lot of that. I started to say you're.
I think a lot of people, when they have a continual thought, they just put a comma in there. But it does say, do not play games. It should be period. And law enforcement will not be able to help you. And even the sentence before that, you will not be able to contact me from here on out, period. There will be no negotiation. That's what it should be, but there's a comma in there. So people do that. Let's see. Oh, so you got another challenge in there, Karen? So I guess Karen has another one up there. If we get $10 worth of, either 2 gifted memberships or 2 $5 ones or 5 $2 ones, she'll donate $10 on PayPal.
A grammarian would call that a comma splice, and that's an error. But we see that, and
I don't know, but you guys see what it just feels like, it's so easy to pretend that you're getting all this really useful, valuable, like everything. Oh, it means something, but it's like, I don't know. I mean, some of it's interesting. But it's like over-analysis is what I'm looking at.
one thing that's very interesting, when you then compare the second communication, you say, hey, is this the same author, different author? Wow, they're really different in some.
Yeah, I got the first one. I said thank you a minute ago, Karen. I'm not sure if you heard that or not.
Ways, but they both have that misuse of comma. And that's exactly the type of really subtle feature that can kind of leak through. Like, even if you're trying to cover up your writing, if you're not a linguist or a grammar teacher, you're probably not even going to notice that these really tiny little nitpicky details like that.
Sorry you've been sick. I think I got the one late at night.
The beginning to... Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jim.
I just want to add real quick. If you're going to put USD after million, and you also reference back in Tucson, as if at the time this thing is being written, the author and or Nancy are not in Tucson at that point, you would consider putting the time zone at 5 p.m. So 5 p.m. Eastern time, because Savannah was in New York the first few.
I thanked you for that one on Saturday. I remember getting that one. Thank you.
Days of this till she flew in, or Pacific time, Mountain time, whatever. So you think you'd want to be more specific about that, and that's.
Hey guys, we got a challenge up there. We have one from Karen. We need 2 $5 coffees, and then she'll match it.
That's what again argues maybe this was not a serious kidnapping for profit. The abduction was for some other reason, because of some of these, and of course we can come back to the Q2, the second document, 4 days later. They still could have called out, carried through the kidnapping, but because Nancy, we'll assume she died, they changed the entire tone of the whole thing there. But I know there's still some things we want to discuss about what we're calling Q1. That's the February 2nd communication. And you had a statement too, Brian.
Yeah, the beginning just stands out to me. Hello, Savannah. First of all, hello seems a little unusual to me. And I guess I'm just thinking about the way that I would write things. I don't know why I'm thinking like that, but I like hello, Savannah is saying hello, and then we have your mother, Nancy. To me, it just sounds like very dramatic.
Like as if someone who maybe has never done this before.
Yeah.
And perhaps their intention is something other than what is.
I don't know. Saying hello, Savannah. That doesn't mean that they haven't done anything before. They're trying to just they want to make sure that people know that we're sending this to Savannah. That's who we're trying to get the crypto from.
Allegedly listed on the 6 or 7 lines, whatever it is here in the email. So they defer to their normal communication style, but then it switches. It's hello, Savannah. 4 days later, Guthrie family. And, still with the comma afterwards. So they got that part of the greeting, grammatically correct. So a different tone, if not mood, come the second time. But yeah, And I'm wondering if how many, and that's what we're asking the public for. And I'll try to inject this a few times. It doesn't mean the FBI is going to come along and throw handcuffs on someone who writes hello in the beginning of their emails. But if they have some other weird behavior before February 1st, and certainly afterwards, maybe a connection to Tucson, or they were out of pocket, as we used to say for a while, and you also happen to have some emails that look like this or letters, that's when say, hey, I don't know, FBI, but I'll call your number. Here's someone you may want to check with, because we find the dates are like this, the time written. He always starts hello, somebody's first name, comma. Maybe you want to check this guy out, and that's what the purpose is for.
I don't think so. I don't think I would put Dear Savannah. I just think it's just, hello, Savannah, meaning, hey, this is to you. I'm letting you know we have your mother. We're going to kill her by a certain date. We've even let her know that too. So, you better hurry up. And, and we noticed that there was a watch on the floor, etc.
As far as I'm concerned, of our chat today is all about.
I'm guessing the redacted part within the note is probably the Bitcoin address, but then underneath that,
obviously,
does it stand out to you that just as the last line, they would say she had a white smartwatch on the floor on the foot of her bed and the white floodlight in the backyard was destroyed? Like, does that mean anything to you that they just put that at the end like that without any real context? Like, we're the real deal. But they didn't say that. They just kind of stuck that at the end.
Yeah, I'll start with that, and I wanted to let Natalie kick in because there's some valuable linguistic evidence in that line alone, and I'll let her address that, which fortunately we independently sort of came up yesterday, but she kind of synthesized it the best. You could have put that in the very first line. The most important thing is proof of life, and certainly back then, we talk later, proof of death, I think the family would accept now, and just so they can move on and hopefully find the body. But, why this was almost an afterthought, and after this Bitcoin account, which again, I guess it was legit. I guess it could be accessed for the $100 or however the FBI did that. But this was somehow in the old days holding a picture up of the victim with a newspaper, or sending some lock of hair or ID card or something like that. That's how you proved that you had your the victim in custody, the real person. They're still alive. But this is just something that sort of it's all right, is a smartwatch.
I'll tell you why. I'm not one of these linguistics people, but I'll tell you this is why they put that there, is they already knew that Nancy was dead. They knew it. And this was a Hail Mary attempt to get the money. So at the end, they thought, well, she's not even alive, so we're not going to be able to do proof of life. Let's just let them know that we are who we say we are, and we'll let them know that we know that the smartwatch is on the floor at the foot of the bed, and the white floodlight in the backyard was destroyed. And we'll let them know that, and then hopefully that's enough to persuade them, along with the threat, that they'll send us the money. And then the next communication from Savannah was asking for proof of life, and that's when they went, okay, now we're done. And then one of them felt bad a few days later, or, the person felt bad and wrote the second note apologizing. But hey, guys, is there any chance you can help support the channel tonight? I'm having to ask again for the 98th time, trying to get the support for the channel. We still have that open challenge up there from about 10-15 minutes ago, and all we needed was 2 different gifted $5 super chats, and she would match it. And that's how we get the support for the channel going. So if you have the ability to, that would be awesome.
Watch on the foot of the bed or not, that's not all that. All that proves is there is something in the room then. At the time of the abduction, it doesn't prove Nancy is still alive. Anyone who's ever studied kidnappings for profit knows you got to put something out there to be taken seriously.
Right. And so there was a Hail Mary. It doesn't seem like these guys are aware of this kind of stuff. Like, it's so obvious. Nancy was not alive at this time. So they had to put the Hail Mary with stuff that only the killer would know, hoping that that would be enough on the first go-around, because they knew they had no chance of proving she was alive.
You got to let them know that your person is still alive and kicking, or even dead, but we'll give you the body, for this particular ransom. So I think it is interesting. They put it at the very end. Is it an afterthought? Is it something Perhaps they type, I'm not ruling this out, they keyboarded the Hello Savannah communication prior to the abduction. This is if we're going with hypothesis 1 or 2. And then maybe even the Bitcoin address. And then, of course, it was 24 to 36 hours. We don't know the exact time.
Oh, that's cool, Sally, if that's how that works.
After the abduction, that this email was received at the TV station, we can ask about that too. Why did it go to a TV station when, law enforcement will be no help? They know the TV, the media would be obligated to send this off. But at the same time, then maybe they just waited, and we'll assume at this point the abductor was.
How would you send the money to the wrong place if you have a specific wallet ID? Just having the wrong currency, I don't know how that would go to the wrong place.
In the house and is the author of this thing in one of the hypotheses. So, all right, well, let me just add this to the very end, then send the thing off, 24, 36 hours later. So that could explain that part. There's still speculation there, but I think some things that not.
I'm going to rewind a little bit. Listen to that again.
Not ruling this out. They keyboarded the Hello Savannah communication prior to the abduction.
That's something we talked about already.
This is if we're going with hypothesis 1 or 2.
And then later added it.
Maybe even the Bitcoin address. And then, of course, it was 24 to 36 hours. We don't know the exact.
And so they knew that they were going to have to prove the life at some point, and we're going to be able to when they originally wrote it. But then they added in this, knowing that it was their Hail Mary attempt.
Time after the abduction, that this email was received at the TV station. We can ask about that too. Why did it go to a TV station when law enforcement will be no help? They know the TV. The media would be obligated to send this off. But at the same time, then maybe they just waited, and we'll assume at this point the abductor was in the house and is the author of this thing in one of the hypotheses. So, all right, well, let me just add this to the very end, then send the thing off, 24, 36 hours later. So that could explain that part. There's still speculation there, but I think some things that Natalie had, and she's about to explain about that last line, could be very valuable in terms of possibly identifying the author of these two communications.
Yeah, what about the last line did you pick up on, Natalie?
Yeah, so what I picked up on is she had a white smartwatch. That's written as 2 words. Many people write that as 1 word, smartwatch. If you look in Merriam-Webster, it's...
Hey, Chicken Wing, is there any chance you can just kind of focus in on the topics in here instead of always talking about your sort of your drama observations and stuff? It's really bothering me a lot lately, and it bothers other people too. So can you just talk about like the case and things like that? It seems like everything you talk about is always about your personal issues with somebody else's comment, etc. It's just, I don't know, man. It's starting to get really bothersome.
It's in the dictionary now. It's a newer word, but it's in there.
If you come back right now with anything, if you come back right now with something other than, okay, sorry about that, I'll just, I don't mind you talking about your life sometimes, but it seems like you're always haranguing and reminding people about another time, etc. And I don't want to keep hearing it, okay? So just move forward, talk about the cases. If you're talking to your friends in here, you have this thing that you're talking about, but you keep bringing up these other times where you didn't like it in here, and I'm getting tired of it. Yeah. Yeah, I want you to type and talk about the stuff or whatever, but the stuff you talk about is weird.
In back up in the body of the note, within 12 hours to a safe drop-off location back in Tucson. Drop-off technically should be hyphenated there. It should be 1 word with a hyphen in the middle, and it's written as 2 words. And in the second note, we never intended to, we believe it was heart-related. That's written as 2 words. Technically, that should be a hyphen, heart-related, between those. And so if somebody sees some...
I wouldn't think of hyphenating it. What the hell is she talking about? What did she just say?
1 word written as 2. This is another one of these linguistic choices that we make. And then later in that same line, and the white floodlight, that's written as 2 words, when many people write that as 1 word. So this author seems to have a tendency to break...
I probably would type floodlight like that.
Break apart the...
Yeah, it's the same time. It's the same thing every night, though.
These words that for many people are often one word. And relatedly, they also, back up in the body of the note, within 12 hours to a safe drop-off location back in Tucson. Drop-off technically should be hyphenated there. It should be one word with a hyphen in the middle.
Oh, wow, okay. But the fact that they didn't do it, what does that mean? I think a lot of people would just type in drop-off as one word, and I think less people would put the hyphen in there. I think way less people would put the hyphen in drop-off. Don't you guys agree? I think most people wouldn't put that in there.
And it's written as two words. And in the second note, we never intended to, we believe it was heart-related. That's written as two words. Technically, that should be a hyphen.
Heart-related should have a hyphen? Man, I would never know that.
Heart-related between those. And so if somebody sees somebody's writings that have this combination of, this date and time format, the numbers are written as numbers, not spelled out as words, they have a tendency to separate words into two pieces like that. That's another piece of linguistic evidence that helps us start putting together a profile of this person's writing style.
Yeah, that's so interesting. I also wonder, there's been some who have questioned.
I just think most people wouldn't put the hyphen in there on heart-related. So doesn't really say anything.
Whether like ChatGPT was used or a translator. I wonder if you use ChatGPT or a translator, if those things that you picked up on would have been spelled the correct way.
Yeah, and see, this is exactly what I was talking about. When I told Chicken Wing, I go, yeah, I don't mind you talking about all these other things. She takes it as some kind of like this horrendous affront and disappears. That's what she does every time. And then she'll come back in and start bitching and moaning at everybody and, accusing people. I remember the night with Sandy Shirley. It wasn't really great. It was crazy.
Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know. That would be my hypothesis, is that the computer would spell them the right way or the dumb.
You ever talk about the cases, though, Chicken Wing? But what you're doing in here is you're bringing up. I told you once. You kept bringing up the other incidents that you claim happened to you on other nights, okay? And it's just not pleasant to have to read again. Just move forward. Do whatever you do. You can talk about whatever the hell you want to talk about, but let's quit talking about other times where you feel wronged. I'm getting really sick of it, Don't even allude to it. I was there that night. Nobody did anything wrong at all.
Dominant way,
yeah.
Especially a tech term like smartwatch. You would think the computer would spell that. And also in that last line, in that footnote line, it says white floodlight in backyard. There's no the there. It's not in the backyard. And so you would think ChatGPT.
I've seen some of those.
Would put the in. So this person either...
Right, there's no ChatGPT. I told you guys that a long time ago.
They're in a hurry, which goes to your point. There's no context. They threw this in at the last minute, so they left out a the. Or, slightly possibly, this is a non-native speaker who maybe their patterns of when they use determiners like the are different.
Smartwatch is also...
Right, that's what I'm saying, Karen. I brought up your challenge about 30 minutes ago, and nobody touched it.
Interesting to me. Me and my friends and family, most people have an Apple Watch. Like, we just call it...
No, it's not generational, Lee. Just some people don't do it. That's it. Okay, you can pretend that it's meaningful just to give something more meaning. But the hyphens and so forth mean absolutely nothing. Not using it just means they're like a normal person.
An Apple Watch.
Yeah.
A smartwatch is an interesting... Isn't, you know what I mean?
That is interesting.
This is right here. This right here. This comment right here. That's truth. It's overreaching. It's just reaching, looking for something. That's exactly what it is. And I knew this was... I haven't listened to this or anything. I just knew it was going to be just like that.
More of a generic...
It also makes me wonder if the person doesn't have an Apple Watch. Like, if you had an Apple Watch, you would just immediately say... If that makes any sense.
That does make sense to me. Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. I was also thinking about your point, like when you said, hello, Savannah, we have your mother, Nancy, to the sort of like, it sounds dramatic.
Well, they said smartwatch because they probably didn't know that if it was an Apple or not,
I also noticed some other phrases like
That
her life is
probably means they barely
in your hands. Do not play games. She will be released unharmed. Those also felt dramatic.
And by the way, Chicken Wing, I like having you around and everything like that. It's just when you refer back to those other things, it's just weird. All right, that's it. So talk about whatever the hell you want, just not that weird shit.
And maybe a little bit like Jim was saying, this is somebody who doesn't have experience doing this, and they're almost like pulling from a script of what they think a ransom note includes, maybe from movies or something like this.
Hey, thanks so much there, Karen. Appreciate it. She matched her own challenge. How sad is that? Thank you.
These kind of set phrases that we're used to seeing.
I also wonder what's in the name category. I mean, it's blacked out. I wonder what that is. I wonder if it's like we have your mother, or, some kind of like.
Yeah, who knows what it says? But yeah, we all wonder.
A subject line.
But it's like it's not useful wondering because we'll never get to know what's in there until they release the actual image of the email.
It's kind of interesting. Why would they black that out?
Oh, there's a very specific reason for that.
There's an email
I agree with it 100%. It's to avoid, not avoid copycat people sending similar type things off, but that way they at least can't put the name, or I guess that could be subject line. Certainly the email address. People could make up a very similar email address, and of course the Bitcoin address down below too. So I understand that. We'll call that from an investigative, strategical perspective, is blacking those things out.
Thank you, Jess Softy. Jess Softy. I think Nancy's lost forever. I think there's a good chance at this point that you'll never find her. Even if you catch the people, you might not ever find her, especially if there's only one perpetrator. If there's two, you might have a shot because you'd really want to have the highest charge on the person who went into the house and abducted Nancy, or if there is somebody else that's sort of orchestrating the whole thing, you'd want even them to be charged over the person who kidnapped Nancy out of the house, right? Because you always want to get the mastermind of anything like that. Anytime there's a conspiracy and some sort of, even when you have a hitman who goes to somebody's house and shoots, what you want is the person who hired the hitman over the shooter. I would always give the shooter a lesser charge than they're just the weapon that the person who hired them chose to use. That's it.
And the Unabomber would write letters to us, and they had a 9-digit number at the bottom, and we made sure never to put that out there. And we knew when a new letter came in, if it wasn't attached to an explosive device, that it was it was from him, and that's an easy way to do it. So the author took no.
Oh, really? Well, you're a member. I don't know.
Took no measures to make it look like, hey, this is me. I'm the only one you want to be dealing with. It's the
Hey, look at it, Strawberry Rain from back in the day.
Police here, the law enforcement, who redacted a few things just to make sure that if someone does write in after the fact, I can almost bet you right now people are getting people from around the world think it's fun. They're going to send emails into the PD or that TV station again and say, hey, here's my third email about this case. But if they don't have these factors in here that have been redacted, they can just blow those out right away. The law enforcement, that is.
Based on what you've seen, I mean, does this indicate a level of education, someone who's highly educated?
I wonder why this part, like that's where their Bitcoin was, but what's that going to be? Please enter your date of birth, but why does that need... Oh, wait, did they reply to it or something? Or?
Who didn't go to college.
That's sort of interesting. Like, why would you need to black out an area? If this is just the raw email, why would you need to black that out? Please enter your the date of birth. What does that even mean? Oh, wait, that's right. This is the auto fill out thing that you send in for a tip. Okay, so they would have put something there. Okay, I get it. All right. So it's an actual form that they filled out.
My assessment was fairly highly educated or fairly highly literate, we would say, because people could be quite literate and have very good writing skill, even if they don't have a high level of education. Maybe they've read a lot in the course of their life, or they do a lot of writing. There aren't really...
Sometimes I don't have the auto comments play back again on the show.
Many, sort of errors or
It's kind of random, though. It's sort of in the setup when you're doing the show. It'll say that.
fluencies. There's that missing the. There's a few really picky little comma errors. A lot of people make comma errors. The rules for commas are a little confusing. So both Jim and I said this is fairly, decently high level writing, and probably native writing, though possibly a highly fluent non-native person. As far as the hello Savannah rather than dear Savannah or dear Ms. Guthrie.
Oh, here we go. There you go. 6 Kids UK.
Or something like that. To me, that might be a function of the fact that this is an email. I've seen a number of emails that start with hello, person's name, or just even hello, comma. So I didn't make too much of that. Jim, I don't know whether you did.
I don't make anything out of it. It means that this is what it really means, you guys. They want to make sure that Savannah gets the letter. Okay? She is who the letter is written to. And then the other one is Guthrie family, because now they realize that it made everybody else feel bad too, and so they wrote to them. But the first one that says hello Savannah, that's who has the money, right? So you're sending, you want Savannah to get the email. They're actually telling you who the target of the ransom is to Savannah Guthrie. Now let's see what the over thought about. I haven't listened to this, so we'll see what's said. Let's see what the over-analysis tells us. All right.
No, and you reach a point with these, you can do so much with the linguistic profile, then you have to take it to, all right, ladies and gentlemen of the audience, we're crowdsourcing you now, so to speak. Do you have any kind of a strange guy that was, a preoccupation with the local weather girl on TV or some other celebrity, maybe even admitted, a few years ago to Savannah Guthrie. And they also happen to address emails, hello, Joe, or hello, Mary, whoever the legitimate email may be sent to. So that's what we're looking for. Then again, tie in the other factors here. Doesn't mean anyone's going to get arrested, but if we get some information about that person, it so happens that they were peeping Toms in the past, or they stalked someone else in the past. And I'm not ruling out this all involves some elaborate stalking of Savannah Guthrie back in the day. And then this was the end result of kidnapping her mother, and perhaps with never the plan of her dying. And because this person was so not used to doing these things, we all saw the video cam, and I know that's not what you have us here right now for. It's more about the linguistics of these emails. But that guy was kind of a bumbler and didn't seem like he knew.
God, we got this guy. He's kind. He's a bumbler, didn't know what he was doing. He knew exactly what he's doing. That guy knew exactly what he's doing. They haven't been caught yet. He goes, I gotta remove this camera. And he's tried to do it with his hand. He goes, I don't want to maybe rip my glove or something. Let me go grab one of those plants. I'll just pull it off pretty easy. He knew exactly what he was doing. I think it's hilarious how every one of these people say he's a bumbling idiot walking around. And it's just not the reality. If he was a bumbling idiot, they would have been caught by now, right? But he wasn't. That person, they knew exactly what they were doing. What do they want him to look like, Like Jason Bourne, the actual actor, where he's wearing a suit, like a all-black outfit with sort of a little satchel filled with little pick tools that you could go up and... It's just crazy to me.
A whole lot what he was doing at the front door. And all of a sudden, the author...
He knew exactly what he was doing at the front door. He just knew he had to remove the camera. That's it.
Ostensibly, if it's the one who's the
person
with the mask on.
He wasn't putting plants on the camera to block it like we all originally thought. After you watch the video multiple times, you see him forming the stem into a loop while he's standing way over there by the arch, and then he does the same thing right there to put it over and then yank it off.
After 4 days is so upset. Remember in Q1 on February 2nd, she will be.
What the hell's going on?
Either they're in a hurry. So both Jim and
Jeez, I gotta shut that down. 48.
Hey guys, thanks so much. BT was you.
Here's my third email.
God, it started blinking at me, the video. It was giving me epilepsy.
About this case, but if they don't have these factors in here that have been redacted, they can just blow those out right away. The law enforcement, that is.
Based on what you've seen, I mean, does this indicate a level of education? Someone who's highly educated, someone who didn't go to college?
my assessment was fairly highly educated or fairly highly literate, we would say, because people could be quite literate.
Yeah, isn't it frustrating, you guys? Like, we know all the little details, how it all, just everything around the crime scene and what it means. And then you get these people that come on these shows all the time, and they're so... they don't know the stuff, the details about the actual crime that took place. And then they have this over-analysis a lot. It must be fun to be one of those people, where you can just ruminate over and over
and have
again.
very good writing skill, even if they don't have a high level of education. Maybe they've read a lot in the course of their life, or they do a lot of writing. There aren't really many.
So, here's what you'll get, like, well, Gray, are you a linguistics expert? And I'll say, no. I did take the class in linguistics twice because it was so interesting and has nothing to do with what they're doing. This was just the structure of words, how they're put together. That's it.
Sort of errors or disfluencies. There's that missing the. There's a few really picky little comma errors. A lot of people make comma errors.
Yeah, right. But here's what you're looking at. You're looking at somebody who, probably graduated from high school, maybe even college, and they just weren't great at the English part. And they're sort of average, They put maybe missed a comma here. They didn't put a hyphen there. Just they seem like just normal to me. There's some stuff that's a little different, but I don't know. I could just see it just all being, it's just somebody that's not like an English major. I mean, I actually think that a lot of these people typing right now might not have put the hyphen as well. They probably put this into ChatGPT and said, point out all the grammatical errors in this. Like, let's try to do that right now. How about that? Let's take this first one right here, and we'll go over to ChatGPT, and we'll just type in, point out all the linguistic or grammar errors in this email. And I'll do it like bam. Here we go. Well, first it has to do OCR on it, so it might take a second. I guess 6 Kids UK went to sleep. Yeah, it's taking a little bit. It's weird. Usually it zips right through that. But it converted it to a PDF file and then did OCR on it, and then we'll then go through it. I don't know, Jim. Okay, here we go. Where's my... Oh, there it is.
There are several clear grammar and punctuation errors, along with wording that is technically understandable but unusually awkward or ambiguous. Clear grammar, punctuation, and usage errors. Missing commas around an introductory clause. She will be held for ransom, and once payment is received, she will be released unharmed. Better. She will be held for ransom, and once payment is received, she will be released unharmed. The comma after received is the more important omission. A comma before and is also appropriate because it joins two complete clauses. Redundant currency notation. $4 million USD. The dollar sign and USD communicate the same thing. Use either $4 million. USD 4 million. Awkward way of describing the Bitcoin amount.
They got this all
Send
from there.
Bitcoin in the amount of $4 million USD. Bitcoin itself is not normally expressed as being in the amount of dollars. More natural. Send $4 million worth of Bitcoin. Send Bitcoin valued at $4 million. Inconsistent currency formatting. The writer first uses $4 million USD, but later uses 6 million USD. One includes a dollar sign and the other does not. The two demands should be formatted consistently. Missing comma before which. The ransom will be increased to 6 million USD, which will need to be paid. Better. The ransom will be increased to $6 million, which will need to be paid. Even better. The ransom demand will increase to $6 million due by incorrect preposition after received. Once payment is received to the Bitcoin address below, a payment is not normally received to an address. It is either sent to the Bitcoin address, received at the Bitcoin address, missing comma after another introductory clause. Once payment is received to the Bitcoin address below, she will be released. Better. Once payment is received at the Bitcoin address below, she will be released. Confused construction involving deposit. She will be released within 12 hours of deposit to a safe drop-off location. This can be read as though either Nancy or the money is being deposited to the location. The intended sequence is unclear. A clearer version would be, she will be released at a safe drop-off location in Tucson within 12 hours after payment is received. Incorrect or awkward location preposition. Released to a safe drop-off location. A person is normally released at a location, not released to a location. Drop-off should be hyphenated. When used as an adjective before location, the conventional spelling is drop-off location. Back in Tucson is awkward.
I guess we're all linguistic experts, right? We could have just thrown that into ChatGPT, showed up on a show, and got all the same points. Just like that.
Awkward. A safe drop-off location back in Tucson. Back implies that Nancy has already been taken out of Tucson, something the writer has not previously stated. Simply saying in Tucson is clearer. Last deadline is unnatural. By the last deadline. The normal phrase is by the final deadline. Awkward placement of the date and time. By the last deadline on Monday the 9th at 5 p.m. More natural. By the final deadline of 5 p.m. on Monday the 9th. Or preferably with the month included. By 5 p.m. on Monday, February 9th. Missing comma between independent clauses. Your mother is aware of this, and her life is in your hands. This is understandable, but conventional punctuation would be, your mother is aware of this, and her life is in your hands. Comma splice. You will not be able to contact me from here on out. There will be no negotiation. These are two complete sentences incorrectly joined by a comma. It should be, you will not be able to contact us again. There will be no negotiation. Or, you will not be able to contact us again. There will be no negotiation. Another comma splice.
Man, that's a hell of a lot of errors in one little thing, huh? Yeah. Smartwatch, not smartwatch. Yeah. See, all these things were mentioned in that, what we just heard. Isn't that weird? Do you, think it's unusual to say the day of the week? Like when Monday is mentioned? I don't think so. Hey, there's Ted Bundy again. Are you the Ted Bundy?
No. Monday the 9th is not unusual in American English. It is a
See, I just told you guys. I said that. There's nothing weird about that at all. And it's actually saying that it's totally
natural way to state a deadline when the month is already understood. Payment must be made by Monday the 9th. Using both the weekday and date can add clarity and urgency.
Right. That's exactly what I said.
Same is true of Thursday the 5th. What is slightly unusual in this message is that the writer never states the month or year. In a serious written demand, a more precise form would be, by 5 p.m. on Monday, February 9th.
Right. Yeah. I don't think that's weird either, because everybody knows what you're talking about. You know, it was obvious. I don't think anybody got confused. Mm-hmm. Yeah, almost all those same exact errors that it found were mentioned. Well, it's about as dead as a doornail in here, you guys. Nobody's typing, so we're going to have to call it a day. I do have more to play here first, though.
The rules for commas are a little confusing. So both Jim and I said this is fairly, decently high-level writing. And probably
high-level writing. It had like 1,700 errors.
Probably native writing, though possibly a highly fluent non-native person. As far as the hello Savannah rather than dear Savannah or dear Ms. Guthrie or something like that.
Yeah, like the hello sort of implies like you've said hi to them before.
To me, that might be a function of the fact that this is an email.
But to me, it doesn't mean anything. It just means, hello, Savannah. Probably didn't want to hear from somebody out there, but here you go. This is to you. We need your money.
I've seen a number of emails that start with hello, person's name, or just even hello, comma. So I didn't make too much of that. Jim, I don't know whether you did.
No, and you reach a point with these, you can do so much with the linguistic profile, then you have to take it to, all right, ladies and gentlemen of the audience, we're crowdsourcing you now, so to speak.
Yeah, obviously hasn't gotten much better.
Do you have any kind of a strange guy that was, a preoccupation with the local weather girl on TV or some other celebrity, maybe even admitted, a few.
Hey, I hope you feel better there, Karen. What do you have? Do you figure out what you got? Thanks for your supporting the channel. Appreciate it. What are you talking about, Cindy? I don't think what they're saying is interesting nor valuable at all. It's just so simple, and they're overanalyzing it. You can pretend. I'm not sure what your LOL is. The guy, this is just ridiculous stuff. I would say there's way better explanations for many of the things that they said, and if you had a brain, you'd notice the same thing.
Years ago to Savannah Guthrie, and they also happen to address emails, hello, Joe, or hello, Mary, whoever the legitimate email may be sent to. So that's what we're looking for. Then again, tie in the other factors here. Doesn't mean anyone's going to get arrested.
I could see it being useful if you're getting letters or a whole bunch of writings and so forth coming from a serial killer or something. This isn't one of those. You got two letters, one's an apology, and they're very short, and it's just being overanalyzed. Who cares, Cindy? Good for him. Jesus. Right, because he kept writing over and over and over and over again. That's different than this. This is like taking advantage of the fact that you did that and pretending it's somehow really going to jump in there and solve this one. It's not going to, okay? It's not going to. These people right here have very little chance of solving this. Unless there's a whole, like 16 more letters that come in, and then you can start narrowing something down, all right?
But if we get some information about that person, it so happens that they were, peeping Tom.
I actually think that 5 of the things that I interpreted were more accurate than what they were saying. And he came up with 3 different scenarios, and 2 of them aren't even possible given the information. Jesus. You're an embarrassment, Cindy. Get out of here. You always do this shit. You just never last for 2 days.
In the past, or they stalked someone else in the past, and I'm not ruling out this all involves some elaborate stalking of Savannah Guthrie back in the day, and then this was the end result of kidnapping her mother, and perhaps with never the plan of her dying, and because this person was so not used to doing these things. We all saw the video, Cam, and I know that's not what you have us here right now for.
Good
it's
night,
more about the linguistics of these emails.
Love you too.
But that guy was kind of a bumbler and didn't seem like he knew a whole lot what he was doing at the front door. And all of a sudden, the author, ostensibly, if it's the one who's the perp who with the mask on, is after 4 days is so upset. Remember, in Q1 on February 2nd, she will be killed. A very definitive, demonstrative statement. Then 4 days later, in those 8 sentences, we didn't grasp the seriousness, not intended.
Right, yeah. That's because the first one was a Hail Mary, and they were trying to sell, really make it strong and straightforward because this was their one shot. And that's why they mentioned the watch, etc., because they knew they had one shot because they aren't going to be able to prove that she's alive. Okay? That's why they sounded like that. But these people actually felt bad after when because she died, and then watched a couple of the Instagram videos and then felt bad and just wanted to give a little bit of comfort, if in whatever way they wanted to Savannah in the second one. There's no other reason to write that second one.
We are truly sorry. A whole big switch in persona, in their mood, their tone, and it tells us a lot really about this person. And we do, if we didn't say it specifically, Natalie and I believe it's one author, a native English speaker, or possibly the English is a second language, but they are very high fluent in English, have a high fluency of English, which may explain a few of the little minor discrepancies from a grammatical perspective. So yeah, and again, as I've said in other podcasts, including yours, Brian, all right, so she died. It was accidental, not intentional.
I don't care if you talk about your car stuff, Chicken Wing. I told you that a minute ago. It's when you brought up these other nights that you didn't like how the conversations, it's just really a downer.
Just try to get the money anyway. You can still send a piece of clothing, a lock of hair, whatever it may take. Still try to get the money anyway, which then convinces me this really never was a serious attempt to get money out of.
Yeah, I totally disagree. The first one was an attempt, and they were just hoping.
Savannah, this was done for some other reason. And again, hopefully if somebody hears what we talked about today, looks at these documents themselves, think about people they know from the past with some maybe odd, interesting habits, consider contacting the FBI or the Sheriff's Department and let them know.
It's just interesting to me because a lot of people read both of these letters, including me, and thought the tone was so different in each one.
Nobody knows what
Maybe
you're
it
saying.
was different people who wrote the letters. But based on the linguistics and what you all are looking at, you're saying it looks like the same person.
I'm saying that, yes, and I don't have the originating email address.
Where are you hearing that from, Lee? You got somebody in the police department there? I'm not saying like what these guys do in general isn't valuable. What I'm talking, because obviously it works if you've got this huge number of letters and so forth, but when you try to do it on some small sample like this, it's not going to get you anywhere because there's nothing in it that is going to lead to a person, but the Unabomber, I think he was writing letters or, if I remember correctly, like there was a whole bunch of different things that they had to go on to read and figure out. You could figure out what this is too small of a sample. So that's what I'm frustrated with. And these people don't know the case very well. They wouldn't have given, for example, saying, the third type of person that they brought up is absolutely not going to be the case when you have, when the case is, it is a ransom for hire gone wrong, that law enforcement believes that it's a ransom. He was saying that it was just somebody who, but yeah, so the third theory was that it was somebody who kidnapped her to kill her, and then there was 2 random ransom notes taking advantage of the situation. Well, that wouldn't even be one that you suggest if you realize that law enforcement believes that the watch on the ground is absolutely proof that these people are legit. Okay? So that's it. It's pretty obvious.
I have a feeling they would have released the investigators, whether they were 2 different originating email addresses. But I will give this person credit, first of all, for the abduction. 6 months, Nancy still hasn't been recovered. But also, whatever software or technology they've developed, they have access to. There's a brick wall up there that one of the best agencies in the world for determining the origins of emails and reverse engineering these type things can't come up and don't know where these emails were sent. So I give them credit I'll give them credit where it's due. But again, I just don't think kidnapping of someone or the abduction itself was their skill set, and this is the first time they've attempted something like that.
Yeah, see, that's actually is something I said in the Bonnie and Clyde scenario, they were just this younger couple, and they just wanted to get the money. That's all they were after, and they really didn't want to hurt Savannah, and that's why they wrote. That's why they wrote the second ransom note, because they genuinely felt bad about what they did. Yeah, but you don't know what they're doing, Lee. You don't know if they're doing that or not. You're not part of the investigation.
But and I think Natalie was saying, based on the structure of the sentences, the commas, where the comma mistakes were made in both letters, it leads you to believe it's the same author.
I won't speak.
Is that right, Natalie?
I don't speak for Natalie, but I would say yes.
That was my opinion. And also another thing to be noticed across the 2 communications is there is a fairly also high or somewhat elevated vocabulary. And it's really striking in the second communication, she perished.
I was just going to ask you about
that. Unusual.
Yeah, that's just, again, a word I would never use.
Same. She died, she passed away, she passed, something like that. And that's, again, it's almost a little dramatic. And in the first note, there are things like a maximum of 7 days.
Yeah, I mean, we all thought it was interesting that they used the word perished, but what does it mean? How does it find the person?
Days, destroyed rather than broken, completed rather than done or finished. And then even in the second note, we never intended, rather we never meant. So a little bit elevated level, which might, again, speaks to the literacy or education, but also is common across the notes.
And perished, again, just a word, I don't know that I would ever use that word ever.
I know, me too.
Does that mean is there a certain type of person that uses perished? Does that word mean anything to you specifically?
Well, to me, I took it to go in with this theme of these feel like dramatic communications, like you were saying you picked up on, Jim.
Yeah, some performance art on the person's part in conducting this whole thing. There may have been performances on the Link camera, whatever it was, in terms of the flowers up to the doorbell, whatever, and we even carry out of their physical actions on the night of the abduction. I also find in Q2, again, that's the second of these emails, kind of the one slip up from any sort of a artistic or literary viewpoint is the use of the same word in one sentence. We never intended to hurt her. That was not our intention. We understand what it means. It's grammatical. It's in that regard, but it's odd that was put together. And I think this person may have honestly been feeling, if it's tied into the actual abductor, this person may have been feeling some level of remorse or something. Not enough to give up her body or the location where it is, of course, for the family's closure's sake, but that this was kind of put together quickly, and the sentences were shorter. There were only 60.
Yeah, you don't know anything more than anybody else, Lee. Okay, I can just I know that for certain. Okay, You're one of those people that show up and pretend you're some expert that's like, behind the scenes, I know things, I'm a sleuthy...
4 words, I
forget it.
think.
It's not happening.
In this one, there were 212 in the first email. The sentence length is a little bit separate. So I think the first email may have been written possibly before the abduction, and the second one obviously afterwards. And perhaps the more truer indications of this person's demeanor and personality are reflected in Q2, the February 6th. We did not grasp the seriousness of this.
Yeah, I'm hung up on the commas now, Natalie, because of what you said, which I hadn't even thought about before. But you're right. In the second one, we never intended to hurt her, comma, that was not our intention, which is similar to the structure in the first one. Again, it just stands out to me. We never intended to hurt her. I would never think to put a comma there.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not even that good at grammar, but it's a strain,
Yeah, something about this person's writing style.
Yeah.
They sometimes separate sentences with a comma.
Comes
They're
back
not
to
the only
Eli.
person in the universe to do this, but again, you combine that with some of the other features that we noticed.
So that really is something that if they narrowed it down to several people and then went back and looked at letters they had written, that could really stand out.
Yes. Yeah.
Remember, it was with the Unabomber, you can't eat your cake and have it too. That was the linguistic, bullet that we were looking for, and it helped us get the search warrant into his cabin. We don't have that exactly here necessarily, but you combine, heart-related without a hyphen, and the other terms Natalie pointed out, and the odd, I won't even say odd, but just the idiosyncratic date and time usages, the decompounded words. I'll use that word from another case I worked. Smartwatch, floodlight, where they really should be, or more traditionally one word. This person decompounded them. Maybe they have a habit of doing that with other type words that are usually together.
Yeah, some people, though, Zulu, think that the word parish is more, Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're discussing the case, but you pretend that you have this knowledge that people aren't aware of. And it's just not true, I can just tell you that.
Cannot versus cannot, which may have different meanings slightly, but that's what we're asking the audience to look for. And I'm hoping the investigators are mining emails through different databases, and please, all the emails that Savannah ever received, going back 5 years, maybe even longer. The Brown University shooter back in December taught us people hold grudges for 25 years, as you recall, including killing the other professor up at MIT. So yeah, they got to go back and look at every part of Savannah's life. I think that's where the answer or the resolution to this case will be. But and maybe now that we have these in the public and they're listening to us, a lot of people listen to your podcast, Brian, they'll start thinking about it and seeing what they can come up with.
Now that you've seen both letters, Jim, it seemed like you were leaning towards thinking the other times I've talked to you that this was less about money and more about a Savannah obsession, getting to Savannah's emotions. Does that change at all with seeing these now, or does it just sort of bolster what your feeling was before?
With everything else I know about this investigation, and again, I'm not on the inside. I don't have any sources on the inside, and I wouldn't do that to them. Try to. That's journalist jobs. But this is so unusual and so different from any other type of case we've worked over the years that, like I said, there's some intervening variables. There's some mitigating factor that kicks in here that maybe not too many people thought of. And I think, to me, on the top of the list, being a student or not if not an expert in behavior and behavioral characteristics of violent offenders, this is what leads me to believe that that is the genesis for this whole thing. Something to do. I mean, we all know Savannah was very wealthy, and she probably could pay the $4 to $6 million. But there are a lot of other people out there that could pay that kind of money too, and maybe never get this kind of publicity. Having a person on the air every day talk about your case. I know she went off the air for a while, but the point is, a media personality, there'll be a lot easier people to kidnap and just to get for money. So I am leaning towards that, and nothing in these emails changed my mind in that regard. I threw out 3 hypotheses, and the first one may be a legitimate one. I know you said, Brian, 1 and 2 are the ones you're leaning towards. I'm leaning towards more 2 and number 3, but that's okay. And whoever it turns out, I'm not ruling any of the 3 out. But I just don't see this person planning this whole thing to get this kind of money. Nancy happens to die on them and then just gives up and nothing but apologies. Why even write the second email then? Just go dark completely. Why is the necessary?
Right. That's what everybody always says. There's no reason to write the second one unless the person actually felt bad. See, that's the thing. If they actually felt bad, they would write the second one because they didn't do it they weren't a violent people that did this. They were just trying to get the money. That's it.
Sorry.
You do pretend because you sort of allude that you have some secret information that nobody has.
That second email, unless this was just something, I really loved you, Savannah, and I just wanted to talk to your mom about you. And then she dies.
Like up above where you said, I don't have to be part of the investigation to know things. Yeah. I mean, you can assume things for sure.
And that's where we are now. So I don't care if I'm proven wrong if this case is resolved by whoever did it. But I just hope somehow, ideally, Nancy comes back in one piece. But if not, give the family closure and, of course, make an arrest and put this person in prison for the rest of his life.
If it was number 3, which again, a reminder, your number 3 is that these notes really have nothing to do with the case. This is just a person taking advantage. Would they have put these notes out like that if they were leaning towards that possibility? Like, wouldn't that just confuse things even more?
Oh, they don't care about that. I remember the Daniel Pearl homicide in Pakistan, kidnapping and homicide. January.
That was a beheading. That one sucked.
2002. He was a Wall Street Journal reporter over there investigating, the aftermath of 9/11, and they kidnapped him. They sent some pictures with JPEGs on emails, and there he is with a gun to his head, holding a newspaper in front of him. It was his picture, kind of before CGI and playing around with pictures. They knew it was him, but lo and behold, they went to about 30. I forget how many, 20 or so different media outlets. These emails. And they published everything just as it was. And before long, there were dozens of other emails coming in claiming to be the kidnappers. And as a forensic linguist, they were asking me and the FBI at the time, here's the original one with the 5 JPEG, photographs attached to them. How about these other ones coming in? First of all, they had no pictures. And second of all, I said, no, the linguistic, aspect of it are completely different. It's not the one. So why someone would do this, I can't tell you. We had the guy in California. He's already been arrested like 2 weeks later. He was trying to get money out of this or something. There are goofy people for goofy reasons, using technical terms here, that just think, oh, it'll be fun to kind of mess around with this.
See, but does that feel like they're messing around with the family when they apologize and make them feel better? I think Savannah and all of them probably thought that their mother wasn't alive. But it seems like they didn't want to let them keep not knowing, so then they told them. I don't know. I just, like Cindy's over here messaging me that, oh, how dare you think you know more I don't think I know more than these people here, okay? They're linguistic experts. I'm sure it's helped out on many cases. This case right here is not one that it's going to solve something. And, maybe if they do what Lee was talking about and they somehow find a match, somebody that wrote something similar in an email over the years or something. If it's that type of person, that would be the lone wolf nut job theory. Okay, if it's a kidnapping for ransom, there aren't going to be other communications over the years. It'll be a meaningless effort. Okay, but I think it is a kidnapping for ransom gone wrong. And I think these people, obviously, you solved the Unaboming case, all that kind of stuff. What I'm trying to say here is that sometimes you have these experts who they come in, they're called in because they're experts, and it gives credibility, with quotes around it, to a topic, and there really isn't anything. You have 2 small messages here all the stuff that they're pointing out, everybody else has seen the main points. And some of the stuff that they said does not use logic, reason, and common sense, right? I look at it and go, wait, what are you talking about? You know what I mean? So that's what I do here. Now, whether or not, maybe there's something special that they've been able to glean, and that's why they say the things that they say on this particular case. I hope to God that they got it all figured out from those 2 little messages and they've arrested the person. That'd be great. I just think that there's some points when I read it or listen to what they're saying, I just think, man, that doesn't make sense to me, because I do the logic, reason, and common sense. They use sort of like, this is what it feels like, a little psychology, a little bit of like, this is how they're writing and so forth. And when I look at it, it doesn't make sense, some of the stuff that they say on this one. Isn't that okay to do, or do we have to all go, oh, well, they're an expert, everybody, so therefore they're 100% right? I can tell you this, there's detectives that cover true crime. Am I supposed to cave in to everything that they say? I don't agree with them, and we're right here more than they are, okay? That's just the truth. We've been doing this for a long time. They actually steal the shit that we talk about over here and put it on their show as if it was some new thought. Okay, so we, on this channel, we just go use logic, reason, common sense, think through cases, what does this really mean, and it works. And so I don't think there's anything wrong with, I'm not going to sit there and argue with him, like if he's doing the Unabomber case where there's like hundreds of letters and they're going through them and figuring stuff out. This is different because this is just 2 small little samples, and even in the small samples, they didn't get stuff right. It's like it's obvious. It's obviously not a case where the person is just abducted her and killed her, and then the 2 ransom notes are just some random schmo. That shouldn't be one of your options that you choose. The other options would be, maybe it was a Bonnie and Clyde situation, or somebody that was controlling what the people did in the background, the kidnappers. All right. But to say, oh yeah, it's just some, person who kidnapped them and then kidnapped Nancy and then 2 random people sending notes. Well, that's just not accurate, because law enforcement believes that the part with the watch on the ground is the truth. That is proof that these are the people who kidnapped Nancy Guthrie. All right. And then instead of just believing that, they were saying, have they ever confirmed that? Well, no, they haven't said it out loud. Okay, then. Well, no. Obviously, it's confirmed, or this would not be investigated as a kidnapping for ransom. Okay. It's obvious. If that watch was found on a dresser, this would not be investigated as a kidnapping for ransom case. That is the key element of the 2. The light, it's possible that was talked about in the media. There's no mention at all of where the watch was located. So that gives credibility to the ransom notes, and that's why they've investigated it as a kidnapping for ransom since the beginning. So that's one of the elements I didn't like. And then there's other things that they bring up, like you're talking about the hyphens and whatnot. Yeah, we see that, and if you can find somebody out there that has the same general, but I think most people don't put the hyphens in those. So I don't know where that is a valuable thing. Yeah, sure, you're noticing something, I guess we should have thrown it through there and said, hey, point out all the errors in here, because all the same ones that they brought out were the same ones that ChatGPT came up with once you put it in there. So anyway, I don't know. Yeah, I don't watch any, but I don't watch, I'll do something like this because they're experts, so I'll watch it. And then sometimes I agree with the experts and sometimes I don't. This is one of those ones where I agreed with some of the stuff that they said and I didn't agree with some, the other. Let me ask you this. Am I required, like Cindy thinks, am I required to agree with everything they say? I have to give them wow, that is so amazing. That is the greatest thought in the world. Or can I just go, yeah, that doesn't fit the way the logic and reason and common sense that I would deploy. Okay? That's how I do it. I'm not going to do it. Okay? I'm just not going to. I think it's weird that people think that you're supposed to or you have to. You get these, quote, experts in there. And I would say, of all the YouTubers that do the detectives and ex-cops, they're the worst at analyzing cases I've ever seen. I don't know why it's like that, but you see the stuff that they put out, it's always conspiratorial, angle, trying to sell it, and they use their, quote, credibility to be able to say whatever the hell they want to say. And I think it sucks, Didn't come out and say where the watch was found, but they believe the notes are real. Right. Well, that's what I just said, Lisa. You just repeated exactly what I said. And then everybody else goes, yeah, right, Lisa. It's like, yeah, I just said that. Yeah. So I'm glad you agree. I just said out loud on the show. So that's why sometimes I'm wondering if you guys are actually listening, because I literally just said that obviously law enforcement believes that they're real. Therefore, it confirms the fact that the watch on the ground was really where it was. Because if it wasn't, they wouldn't be looking at the case as a kidnapping for ransom. Yep, it's going to be anticlimactic, Mark. You got that right. Yeah. Right, it makes sense, right. But it's like you guys, when I said it, there was no response. That's the part I always think is weird. And then somebody in the chat says the same exact sentence a few minutes later. Oh, yeah, that's... Yeah. I don't know. I don't... Officer Tatum does weird shit, too. I agree with some of the stuff he does, and some I don't. He's not always perfect, and nobody is. We're not, I mean, I'm not. I make some errors out there, But here's what I do: when I hear something that makes more sense, I'll go, "Oh yeah," and then just go boom straight with that, and then add that into the overall thought. Like I remember originally, I didn't think about the part. The part about the, what do you call it? Shit, I didn't remember what I was talking about. I just was reading something else. He seems logical. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the hyphen thing, I think most people wouldn't put a hyphen in there. And it's like, so if that's the case, if it's just sort of like, yeah, what difference does it make? To me, it looked like somebody just writing something that's just kind of, somewhat average. I can't believe that they said that they were a high-level writer. It seemed to me like it wasn't anywhere near that. They seemed like they were just sort of, just sort of a random skill-level writer. Uh-huh. All right, let's see. No hyphen. I don't know, I think it's weird that I'm required to, like, people believe that I'm required to have to give deference and everything that a expert says. You know, like the people that do the body language shit and the, not linguistics, but like statement analysis and whatnot. I guess that's kind of what they do. I don't know. To me, some of that stuff sort of hocus pocus, you know? It like when somebody, oh, look at they're wringing their hands. This means that they're thinking of. We don't know what that means, you know. Nobody knows. You know, there might be indications of a larger set that might mean something, but it oftentimes doesn't mean anything. It just what the person did, and so everybody wants that to be what people. You just have to believe them, and go with that. And I'm not going to do it. You know, I'm not going to do it. Yeah. I mean, if you want to call that higher level, it's just. But I think it's just sort of. You know, there's a lot of errors, you know, in it. I mean, that's. Yeah. Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, all right. Well, anyways, another bummer night caused by Cindy. Good stuff, you know. Let's see. We've got thanks to Karen out there and Michael and Lisa Valenzuela. And then also in here we had Dana Dane, 69 months. Then it's Amy Darcy Marie. It used to just be Amy Darcy Marie. And then Wild Bill Wassman, Elaine Talling, 68 months. Elaine Talling. Then Allie Cake. Then Tracy Von Brott. Wild Bill Wassman. Stephen Connerly. TikTok. Wild Bill Wassman, Alley Cake, TikTok, Julian Kane, Timothy Cecil, Wild Bill Wassman, Alley Cake, Tracy Von Brott, Timothy Cecil, Wild Bill Wassman, Alley Cake, Tracy Von Brott, Richard Watts, Karen, Jessica Schubach, 6 Kids UK. That was the last super chat was at 9:19. It's now 10:48. Does that seem reasonable to do like an hour and a half of or hour and 40 minutes with zero support to the channel at all? Seems kind of ridiculous to me. Whoa, what the hell? We got Lanky Tor at the buzzer. Let me see if I get this. There it is. Look at this, dancing in the fire. Thanks, Lanky Tor. You almost made it slightly salvageable. All right. Tell you what, you guys, the next time I play an expert, I'm going to believe everything that they say and not critique anything that I disagree with. I'm going to just pretend to all of you guys that it's the greatest information in the world and everything that they're saying is absolutely true, even though it's doesn't match anything that we've ever said. And nor does it make more sense than anything that we said. Sound good? All right. Very cool.
Parked my ride outside of Marty's bar and grill. Woke up to a tow truck and the sky gone still. She said her name was over when the jukebox fell. Left with a suitcase and a cigarette shell. I lost my car at Marty's. Lost my girl and my pride. Lost my phone. Nothing left on my side. Lost every game of pool, and my luck ran out like a bell. Lost more than I wanted, but I found Jesus in that Wisconsin jail cell. Tried to catch a memory at the corner of the bar. Missed every crooked shot, left my heart on the felt scar. Friends were half smiling, the night felt thin as a thread. Stumbled into trouble with a head full of lead. I lost my car at Marty's. Lost my girl, my pride. Lost my wallet, lost my phone. Nothing left on my side. Lost every game of pool, and my luck rang like a bell. Lost more than I wanted, but I found Jesus in that Wisconsin jail cell. Fluorescent light and a Bible on the sink. Cold metal bench held more answers than I think. Prayed with a laugh and a cigarette smell. Redemption came quiet in a county hotel. I lost my car at Marty's. Lost my girl and my pride. Lost my wallet, lost my phone. Nothing left on my side. Lost every game of pool, and my love tolls like a bell. Lost more than I wanted, but I found Jesus in that Wisconsin jail cell. Parked my old mistakes by Marty's neon swell. Lost a lot on the way, but I found something to tell. Lost every game of pool, but I found grace where sinners dwell. Lost my way in the cold and found Jesus in that Wisconsin jail cell. at homes in the corners where the bright lights don't reach. They smile like fathers and neighbors on the street. Polished words like honey to drown out your feet. They fold into crowds like a secret that breathes, passing in daylight with pockets of teeth.
A kindness that lingers with a cold in its hold. Echoes of stories that grow darker when told.
Watch the small signs when the velvet voice clears. Look for the shadow that lives near your fears. Silent alarms born from old quiet scars. A skin deep charm hiding rusty bars. You feel it before you name what you fear. A crooked detail that suddenly sticks clear. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears.
Mark the small truths that the panic nears.
They learn how to kneel and how to bow just right.
Speak like a guardian in the hush of the night.
They glide through families with practiced regret.
Wearing concern like a hand-me-down silhouette.
Listen to laughter that trembles and strains. Notice the hush where the warning remains. Old stories whisper where the new lie steers.
Follow the sign where the silence clears.
Little betrayals tucked in the grin. Patterns repeat where the danger begins. A pulse at the throat, a chill in the ears. Truth's baby step closer, dismissing the ears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Hold to the line where the safety
Disappears.
we teach the children to name every name, to trust their skin, to call out the game.
When instinct speaks loud,
Let the room come alive. Pull the curtains and let the old lies die. Fingers pointed at the smallest detail. Quiet courage in the face of the tale. One small voice can unravel the gears of the hidden mouth and the lowered ears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Gather the light when the night draws near. Keep watch by the threshold and sharpen your sight. We name what we fear and we bring it to light.
This is one of my favorite, next one too, called I Never Learned. This one I played last night a couple times.
the street still smells like rain and rust. Your jacket on the chair, your name and dust. I traced the hour where the light fell thin, and the man with empty eyes took the shape of him. My nights fold under the weight of the white. I wake with your breath and the echo of lies. There's a knot in my throat I can't untie. I never learned to let you go. 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 The neighbors say the sirens left too soon. They whisper of a price beneath the cold moon. I keep your pictures in the drawer like sin. Folded pages of the love that should have been. Days move around me like a room without doors. Every smile is glass that shatters on the floor. How do I breathe when my heart keeps score? I never learned to let you go. 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 I pray sometimes and my hands feel thin. I ask the sky why evil took him. If mercy is a river, why does it run dry? I stand here asking God if he hears my cry. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I never learned to let you go. 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 Maybe I'll learn to carry you softer with time. Maybe faith will stitch the wound that's mine. Till then I walk with the shadow you left on my soul, praying to God to teach my hands to hold.
Isn't that awesome? I mean, that is just like, I don't know. That's like one of my top 2 out of all these ones we've made. Here's another one. These are the ones that have made the list. Like, there's only 6 of them, actually.
The empty chair keeps a steady conversation. The clock takes blame into the corners of the room. They set a plate and call your name out soft. We fold the laundry in the shape of who you were. There is a photograph that never learns to smile. There is a laugh that breaks and stays inside our mouths. Nights are long and the streets keep swallowing light. We trace the maps of days that you won't come back on. Carry me forward on the hush of your name. Carry me forward when the light is gone strange. Hold the space where your footsteps used to be. Carry me forward, don't let me fall to memory. Candles match the birthdays that we do without. A funeral song that taught the sun how to be quiet. Evidence of you lives in the ordinary things. A coffee cup, a winter coat, the shadow of your rain. We keep the questions like glass inside our bones. We learn the weight of forever in the slow hours. Carry me forward on the whisper of your name. Carry me forward through the rooms of the rain. Keep the line between breathing and giving breath. Carry me forward, carry me past the edge. We walk through open doors that close like thunder. We carry fingerprints of you on every tender place. Silence is a drumbeat that remembers your thunder. We are the cartographers of absence and grace. In the quiet we collect the pieces you left. In the dark we read the letters of your name. Carry me forward on the hush of your name. Carry me forward when the world calls me change. But the cold and the questions that never leave. Carry me forward, carry me, carry me. We carry the weight like a promise and a scar. We carry you forward wherever we are. At the fort where the river bends, moonlight paints the maps of men. Dusty road that whispers easy, smooth stones laid for careless feet. Hollow bells and silver promises lead the weary to defeat. Heart and compass at a stand. Wind is calling, take my hand. Two roads lie out in the sand. One has nothing, one demands. One will steal the light from your hands. Only one will lead you to the promise. reach for truth with outstretched hand. One small step, one honest breath. Follow love and not the thread. Two roads lie out in the sand. One has nothing, one denies. One will steal the light from your hands. Only one will lead you to the promised land. Just behind and on ahead, I walk the path where faith is led. One road gone, one road stands. I follow the road to the promised land. One road gone, one road stands. I follow the road to the promised land. I kept my lipstick on for strangers, counting pieces of another goodbye. I walk through rooms of borrowed promises, smile through storms that weren't my own. They took my light, called it their favor, left me learning how to fall alone. I built my armor out of maybes, quiet prayers under city lights. Then you came like a steady sunrise, woke the colors I had locked inside. You lift me up like an eagle, wings of gold. You carry me higher. You show me skies I forgot existed. You lift me up like an eagle. Like an eagle. I used to measure love in footprints, trying to fit where I didn't belong. You said my name without a question, made the broken parts feel strong. No more dodging all the thunders, no more hiding from my truth. Your hands taught me to trust the weather and trust the rhythm of my youth. You lift me up like an eagle, wings of gold. You carry me higher. You show me skies I forgot existed. You lift me up like an eagle. Like an eagle. I was a whisper in a crowded silence. You were the chorus that pulled me through. Now every doubt dissolves in daylight when your breath says I'm enough. I knew higher, higher. On your wings I learned to fly. Higher, higher. Leaving every broken night. You lift me up like an eagle. Wings of gold. You carry me higher. You show me skies I forgot existed. You lift me fearless. You lift me up, and you are mine.
All right, well, should we play that one plink plunk one just for the hell of it? Or how about we write, let's do one. All right, so I guess we can switch back over to the main scene over here. Actually, I'll just keep it on the other one. I like that. All right, so what's the... Make it a normal topic, though, you guys. When you type some weird shit in, like, hey, have this one guy with a... You know, just have it be a theme, okay? That's all you got to do. I'm going to use ChatGPT. Now, actually, ChatGPT did the prompt for carry me forward. Okay, not I never learned. I'm not sure how that one... That's my. I think that might be my favorite one for some reason. That and Lost at Marty's. You know, those two are kind of like neck and neck. I also like the Eyes Below Ears. I don't know. Those first three are like radio quality shit, man. So what did I say up here? I said my first one was I want to generate a prompt for TAD AI. I want to write a song that is somber and beautiful about a family of true crime victims who have to suffer for a lifetime. And then later, then it asked me questions. It was weird. It says, whose perspective is this from? And then I answered those questions, and then it came up with, here's a ready-to-paste prompt. It was this really long prompt thing, and then it says, suggest a style with the music type. And then it did that, and then, you know, come up with a TAD AI prompt, and then it came up with, you know, I think it came up with, here's a polished TAD AI prompt. I don't know, I just kept going through it, and then it came up with a whole script with the chorus and everything. And then I pasted it in there, and then put the musical prompts in there, and then it made a song with the exact words. So you can, like, if anybody out there wants to write a script, or, you know what you could do, Jim, is give me a script to one of your songs that already exists, and I'll put it in there, and we'll have it write a different song using the same words. Don't you think that'd be interesting? So you could email me that. It'll actually use all the words in your script if you want it to. It'll suggest a script, or you can... So is anybody going to do this? I don't want to sit here all day, so if you guys want to do it, start typing in something. Right? So what is the theme of it going to be about? Go ahead, you guys. Man, are you guys that uncreative? Come on, let's go. Man, you guys are about as creative as a blank piece of white paper. I don't even know what to say. It's just about hanging out with the, I don't know, it's hard to, that's not really that specific. Alright, let's see. I want to prompt for TAD AI. I want a song about wasting your life wasting your life and not going for it. There are so many opportunities out there if you just do it. Let's see, what's the other part? All right, let's see. The saddest sound.
Here's a ready-to-paste TAD.ai song prompt built around urgency, regret, and taking action before more years disappear. Edit.
I like that one.
Title. Just Get Moving. Create an uplifting, motivational pop rock song about wasting years waiting for the perfect time to begin.
Right.
The central message is that life is full of opportunities, but nothing changes until you take the first step. Write from the perspective of someone speaking directly to a person who feels stuck, afraid, distracted, or convinced they are not ready.
Right.
Remind them that 5 years will pass whether they act or not. They can either remain in the same place, wondering what might have happened, or use those 5 years to learn, build, create, improve, and accomplish something meaningful.
Isn't that funny? Because I got that from Ann Landers said that one time. This person said, you know, I want to be a lawyer, but I'm 40 years old, and it'll take me 7 years to be an attorney. And she said, well, how old will you be in 7 years if you don't become an attorney? That's like the greatest answer you could ever imagine, right? You'll still be 47, but you won't be an attorney. Or you can get going now, and when you're 47, you'll be an attorney. Let's see. I'm going to clear this out here. All right. So let's do it. So I can put that all in there and see what it does. Where's the prompt part? Is it down there? I'll put that at the top, and then... Oh, yeah, there it is. Motivational prompt. So it gave me the... That's sweet. Gave me the actual style prompt, too. Okay. All right, it's going to write me lyrics in ChatGPT, and then I'm going to put them over here.
Here are complete motivational pop rock lyrics with a strong, repeatable chorus. Edit. 5.
Okay. I'm going to just put that in there and see what happens. Oh, I guess it's still writing. Gotta wait to copy it. No, I don't use SoundCloud. All right, let's see if it can do it. There we go. I'm going to hit the create button. I don't know if it's going to have a guy or a girl singing this. I don't know. For some reason, I like when the women... the country music is cool to have the guy. You know. What hits hard these days? I'm not sure what that means. Hits kind of hard these days. What does that mean? Anybody can do anything. You know, even if you're 60 years old, you could go, hey, you know what? I want to do this. And you can go do it. That's what's cool. There's always a way, you know. A lot of times you can learn a lot of stuff just online. And see if you're even interested in that. I want to make a country version of this. Alright. Okay, here, let's see what it sounds like. Here we go. This is the one about Hey! You never know.
You've been waiting for a sign.
That's right, man. Wake
for the
up!
stars to all align.
They're not always good ones.
For the fear to disappear. And the road to look more clear. But the perfect time won't come.
Sounds like the Brady Bunch. The Silver Platters.
Every dream you leave undone is a race you've never.
Okay, I don't even want to listen to the rest of that one. So I got another version being created. I hate that kind of music. It sounds like the Brady Bunch and the Silver Platters. Remember that song? Let's see. I guess I didn't, I needed more. It's weird. It has so many things you can put in the prompt. It's crazy. Okay.
A strong fit would be melancholic indie pop with a slow building.
Yeah, there you go. Let me try that one. There we go. Yeah, time to change. That's what it sounded like. And it's time to change! I remember that. Oh, man. That's what it sounded like. That was the other time they tried to do a band. Wow, Peter's voice is changing. God, what an embarrassing show that was. Yeah. I don't think there was one episode of the Brady Bunch where I actually where I went to, let me put that in there. I'll put what Marty said in there. I like that part in there.
Add a sense of isolation through sparse instrumentation.
Yeah. Either way, what's that one sound like? Might be another delete. See, I don't like songs that are like that.
You've been waiting for a sign.
Yeah, it sounds like the Brady Bunch again. Alright, let me get rid of that one. We got a new one coming here. I'm going to put this, I'm going to put what Marty said in there. I think it was the prompt that wasn't very good. Of the style prompt. I think this one, let me see what this one sounds like. This already sounds better.
5 years either way. You've been waiting for a sign, for the stars to all align, for the fear to disappear and the road to look more clear.
But the perfect time won't come while you're staring at the sun.
There we go. That's a good one.
Every dream you leave undone is a race you've never run.
You don't have to know it all. You don't have to never fall. You just have to take one step and then another after that. Just do it. Just get moving. 5 years pass either way. You could still be standing right here or be miles ahead someday. You don't need the perfect moment. You just need to start today. Just do it. Just get moving. Don't let your life slip away.
There you go.
You could write 1,000 pages. You could build what no one sees. You could learn a whole new language. You could bring a dream to life.
There you go. See?
You could
Anything.
turn a
Anything.
little spark into something burning bright. But you'll never know what's waiting if you never even try.
You can start before you're ready. You can learn along the way. Every person who succeeded once began with yesterday. Let's do it. Let's get moving. 5 years pass either way. You could still be standing right here or be miles ahead someday. You don't need the perfect moment. You just need to start today. Just do it. Let's get moving. Don't let your life slip away. One step, one day. That's how mountains move away. One step, one day. Don't keep waiting for someday.
Maybe failure makes you nervous. Maybe people make you doubt. Maybe every voice around you keeps on trying to count you out.
Let them talk while you keep working. Let them laugh while you begin. You don't have to prove them wrong now. You just have to not give in.
5 years from now,
Where will you be?
still making excuses.
Or finally free?
5 years from now,
What will you say?
I wish I had started.
Oh, look what I made.
The clock won't stop,
The days won't slow.
so take what you have.
Just do it. Just get moving. 5 years past either way. You'll still be standing right here, or have changed your life someday. You don't need the perfect answer. You don't need to know the way. Do it. Just get moving. Take the first small step today. Just get moving.
Let your feet fall
Where it may.
You could build something.
Ideas is all
their way.
You don't need the perfect moment.
You just need to start today.
Let's do it. Just get moving.
Don't let your life slip away.
One step, one day.
Start today.
Start today.
Start today.
All right, so here's the one I added in what Marty said up there. So let's see what that one. This one might be. Let's see. Hopefully, it has that same kind of.
ceiling fan keeps cutting circles through the blue light of the screen. You've been rehearsing your arrival.
Yeah, different guy.
In a life you've never seen. Every plan becomes a paragraph. You edit until it's clean and file it with the other ghost of who you might have been. The coffee cools beside the window. Morning gathers on the glass. You say you're waiting for a future, while the future quietly passes. You keep asking for a doorway with your name above the frame, but the lock was never holding you. You were waiting to feel brave. 5 years will come like headlights, then vanish in the rain. You'll either have a road behind you or the same unopened gate. You can carry all your reasons, you can polish every doubt, but a dream becomes a memory when you never let it out. There is no perfect moment, there is only where you stand, and the distance between now and then is one decision in your hands. You mistaken being careful for a life without a cost, but every road you never travel still becomes a kind of loss. There are languages inside you that your silence never learned. There are bridges in a timber, there are pages still unturned. You could build a room from nothing, you could teach your hands a trade. You can make 1,000 errors and still make something that stays. You don't have to see the ending, you don't have to trust the climb. Even mountains are just inches given pressure, given time. 5 years will come like headlights, then vanish in the rain. You either have a road behind you or the same unopened gate. You can carry all your reasons, you can polish every doubt, but a dream becomes a memory when I never let it out. There is no perfect moment, there is only where you stand, and the distance between now and then is one decision in your hands. Begin before the fear is gone, begin before light. Begin while every voice inside just says the timing isn't right. Maybe failure left its fingerprints on everything you tried. Maybe someone taught you wanting more was arrogance disguised. Maybe comfort is a quiet room where...
Hey Jim, where's the lyrics? You didn't send me the lyrics of your song. We could have it create its own version.
Nothing ever bleeds, but nothing ever blossoms there, and nothing ever leaves. The years are not your enemy, they're empty wounds to fill. The time you'll never choose for you, it only tests your will. Someday is a beautiful country no one has ever seen. The streets are paved with good intentions and unfinished magazines. The houses hold abandoned novels, unplayed songs and unused names. Every window faces backward, every clock repeats the same. So tear the map and miss the train, get lost, begin again. Let the first attempt be ugly, let the second one be strange. You are not a finished person, you are something you can change. One page, one call, 1 mile past the wall, 1 hour, 1 scar, 1 step from where you are. 5 years will come like headlights, but this time let them show the thought.
That's like one of the album fillers, you know. Let's see. I was looking to get Jim Lawn's lyrics, you know, but he didn't send them. Let's see. What would be a better... Let's see, the vibe. Vibe. Wow, it gives you so many choices. It's crazy. Like 50 different vibe ones. You know. And then the instruments, you can pick them all. Like there's piano, electric piano, organ, synthesizer, accordion, sequencer, mixer. You know, it goes on and on and on and on. I like the cello, piano. It says the scene, rhythm. Okay, now I'm going to have TAD AI suggest all of the lyrics themselves based on the lyrics we already put in there. And let's see what it comes up with. Yeah, you can make money off of it. You just don't own, like, they own it. You know, and then I'm the only one that can make money off it, you know. Like, it's my... I'm the one that paid them. You know, like, I can use them if I wanted to in videos, and I mean it's pretty sweet. I'm kind of looking because you can just make instrumental too, like you don't have to, so you could easily make some really cool background sound effects for a video, for example. Let's see what the chorus is on the new one. 5 years will come like... That's called TAD AI. There's tons of them out there, you know. Hey, while this one's rendering, I'm going to play my that one that I like the most. Never Learned Again. I like that one. I'm just trying to make a new one.
The street still smells like rain and rust. Your jacket on the chair, your name.
I like the words a lot in this one.
I traced the hour where the light fell thin, and the man with empty eyes took the shape of him. My nights fold under the weight of the white. I wake with your breath and the echo of lies. There's a knot in my throat I can't untie. I never learned to let you go. I never learned to let you go. I never never learned to let you go. I 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 never learned to let you go. The neighbors say the sirens left too soon. They whisper of a price beneath the cold moon. I keep your pictures in the drawer like sin. Folded pages of the love that should have been. Days move around me like a room without doors. Every smile is glass that shatters on the floor. How do I breathe when my heart keeps score? I never learned to let you go. 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 I pray sometimes and my hands feel thin. I ask the sky why evil took him. If mercy is a river, why does it run dry? I stand here asking God if he hears my cry. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I never learned to let you go. 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 Maybe I'll learn to carry you softer with time. Maybe faith will stitch the wound that's mine. Till then I walk with the shadow you left on my soul, praying to God to teach my hands to hold.
God, I think that's like a perfect song. You know that? Like there's like it's just I don't know. Yeah, I thought it was stone. Let me go look. It's called Oh, Never Learned. Okay, hold on. I never learned. Okay. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. ST, that's what I thought it said. I never thought of the other word. Yeah, it just means like, you know, like put a stone in your mouth and you're sort of holding on to it probably because you couldn't let it go. You know, like think of it like you have a stone in your mouth and you're kind of holding it in and you're not going to let the name, you know, like you're you don't want to let them go as a like they passed away, and you're trying to, the song. Let's see, it says, "This is what my idea was: write a song with a female lead with harmony from a male singer. Make it a song about losing a loved one to an evildoer and dealing with the pain that lasts a lifetime. Then you wonder how to get out of the feeling trapped, unable to move on and enjoy life. Think about turning to God to get out of the nightmare. Come up with a great chorus with varying levels using harmony." I mean, it was crazy. They did that whole thing. And then the prompt was female and male, sad, folk, melancholic, piano, finger-picked acoustic guitar, 70 beats per minute, layered vocal harmonies, reverb-soaked atmosphere, slow tempo, intimate production, delicate legato strings, pop. There you go. Isn't that crazy? But that song absolutely nailed my idea. Like, that's exactly what I was thinking, you know. So I like that. Not sure if anybody's even awake now, but... Alright, here's the other one that was just a minute ago. Let's see.
The ceiling fan draws slow circles through the cobalt of the screen. You practice soft arrivals in a life you've never seen. Every plan folds into paragraphs. You buff the edges till they gleam, then tuck them under quiet ghosts of all the cells you've been. You ask the night for doorways with your name warmed in the frame, but locks were never holding you. You were waiting to feel brave. 5 years will come like headlights blurring into silver rain. You'll have either miles behind you or that same unopened gate again. Carry all your carefully chosen reasons, polish every borrowed doubt. Dreams turn soft as folded paper when you never let them out. There's no perfect starting signal, only the place you stand. The distance from now to then is one small choice in your hand. You call caution something
I like the cello a lot.
Mistook the hush for safe.
It's cool.
But roads you choose not to travel gather into a quiet aid. There are languages inside you, your silence never learned to speak. There are braziers in the timber, there are pages left uncreased. You could raise the roof from nothing, teach your palms a steady trade, make 1,000 clumsy failures and still build something that stays. You don't have to see the ending, you don't have to map the plan. Even mountains wear down smaller with a hand to shape the land. 5 years will come like headlights blurring into silver lane. You'll have either miles behind you or that same unopened gate again. Carry all your carefully chosen piece of polish, every borrowed doll. Dreams turn soft as folded paper when you never let them out. There's no perfect starting signal, only the place you stand. The distance from now to then is one fall choice in your hands. Begin before the fear grows quiet. Begin while the light is thin. Begin while every voice inside you says the timing isn't right again. Maybe fear left his fingerprints on every honest try. Maybe wanting more I felt selfish, but wanting's not a crime. Baby, comfort is a room with shutters where nothing ever grows. Nothing ever knows to blossom there. Nothing ever grows. The years are not your enemy. They're rooms with doors to fill. Time will test, but he won't choose. It only measures will. Someday it's a gentle country no one has ever seen. Its streets are paved with good intentions and half-cocked magazines. Its houses hold on tennis tractors, unplayed songs and unused names. Every window faces backward, every clock repeats the same. So tear the map and miss the train. Get lost and start again. Let the first attempt be ragged. Let the second one feel strange. You are not a finished story. You are something you can change. One page, one call, one step beyond the wall. 1 hour, one scar, one step from where you are. 5 years of
Now what happened? Just disappeared. I guess that was how it ended.
The ceiling fan keeps cutting circles.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Through the blue light of the screen.
Oh, here's Jim's iguana song.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was this one. This is Jim's crazy iguana song.
Sun on his scales and the leash in my hand.
He's walking his iguana.
We hit the sidewalk.
They hit the sidewalk walking together.
Like a one-man band.
I'm just picturing it. It's hilarious.
He struts past the mailbox like he owns the block, telling a rhythm he keeps a beat non-stop.
Hey Cindy, yours is being created right now. We'll see how it goes.
Pork with a brand. My 4-foot shadow turns every head we spin. He wears my old sunglasses, masking the glow. Every step's a story, every corner's a show. My crazy iguana.
He can make a song about anything, for God's sake.
My crazy iguana, 2 hearts beating as one. My crazy iguana, popcorn and baseball fun. My crazy iguana.
Yours isn't a rap. Your song wouldn't be a rap.
Friday night flicks, he's chewing on a pop. Popcorn on his chin, but he loves every shot. Tub time bubble splashes up to the sky. He does a victory flip and gives a little sigh. He steals a spotlight at the candlelit place. Napkin on his lap, a little salsa on his face. My crazy iguana dancing in the sun. My crazy iguana, 2 hearts beating as one. My crazy iguana, popcorn and baseball fun. My crazy iguana, roll with me, let's run. He cheers from the bleachers, green flag in his claw. Snags a hot dog, takes a bow, oh y'all. Under stadium lights, or in a midnight bag. Life's an adventure on our shared path. Just me and my sidekick. the city's parade. Tiny royal spice, and we are in shade. My great one-up, dancing in the sun.
I know, I keep picturing the video.
Two hearts beating as one. My great one-up, popcorn and baseball fun. My great one-up, roll with me, let's run. Sun on his scales and the leash in my hand. We walk off laughing, the best band in the land.
Best band in the land. How weird is that? All right, Cindy, let's see what yours sounds like. Just using those words that you put up there. Might be a good one.
The room leans in, the clock forgets to tick. My breath arranges itself into small stones.
I keep rehearsing sentences in the dark. Paper bolts of meaning sinking in my palms. Every time you look, the light goes sharp.
My voice falls like maps I cannot unfold. Fingers trace the edges of 1,000 unsaid things. Heart like an echo that won't return a sound. I can't find the words to tell you what I mean. They hide behind my throat, behind a glass screen. I can't find the words, though my hands can reach. Silence keeps the secret that my mouth won't teach. I count apologies like missing names. Hold confessions like letters never sealed. Your shadow fills the doorway with maybe and blame. My tongue is a prisoner, the key unhealed. I practice honesty in the mirror of my mind, but the mirror blurs when you step inside. I can't find the words to tell you what I mean. They hide behind my coat, behind your glass screen. I can't find the words, though my phones can reach. Silence keeps a secret that my mouth won't teach. Night writes what I cannot say. Paper moves in quiet hands. I press my promises to the page, folding them into a softer layer. If whispers could be courage, I'd finally speak. But fear is the language my heart repeats. My chest rehearses speeches it never shows. Your name, a syllable that never grows. I can't find the words to tell you what I mean. They hide behind my throat, behind the glass screen. I can't find the words, though my hands can reach. Silence keeps a secret that my mouth won't teach. So I leave letters on the kitchen ledge, small paper bridges over unspoken streams. Maybe one morning the silence will lurch, and the words will finally spill into our dreams.
love the cello in some of these. Don't you guys like that sound? Why do you want it to be a rap, Cindy? That just seems so like. What does a rap have to do with anything? Although I'm making one, all I put for the style was rap. Let's see what happens. Okay, I said to switch the lyrics for a rap, and then I'm gonna do it. Let's see what it does. Yeah, I like the cello is such a cool instrument. Has a neat feeling to it. Oh, that's all you listen to, man. That's sad. Jesus, man. I can, I like rap too, but I don't just sit there and listen to it all day. That's just a waste of time. All right, let's see. More of a blues thing, I think. Let's see if it gets into it.
The moon leans in, beat ticks on a silent rim. Red packs and small stones, I load the lines and swim. I rehearse sentences like scripts in the dark. Spark clip, paper boats and meaning sink. My palms grip the ship. Every glance cuts glass like flicks. I switch the tone quick. My voice folds, maps crumple routes that I can't unpick. Fingers tracing edges of 1,000 unsaid things. Heart like an echo stuck on loop, it never brings back the sound of me. I'm a quiet king with clip wings. Bars from the chest, but they stall where the silence claims. I practice truth like a beat. I practice pain in time. Mirror fogs when you stop and rewind my rhyme. I can't find the words to tell you what I mean. Oh, no. I can't find the words to tell you what I mean.
I guess it doesn't really have
behind my throat, behind the glass ring. Oh, no. I reach with my hand, but silence keeps the scene. Count apologies like names lost on a roll call. Confessions in envelopes, never sealed, never told. Your shadow fills the doorway with maybe and blame. Turns a locked cell, keep rusted, can't claim. Yeah, I spit drafts on napkins, drastic, never sell. My chest rehearses speeches, but my mouth goes pale. Your name hangs like a verse I never learned to say. Fear's the producer that keeps my courage delayed. I practice honesty like hooks until they land. But the hook snaps when you step into the band. Oh no, I can't find the words to tell you what I mean. Oh no, I can't find the words to tell you what I mean. Oh no, hide behind my throat, behind the glass screen. Oh no, I reach with my hand, but silence keeps the steam. Light brights what I can't speak. Ink bleeds on the beach. Paper moons orbit, promises folded knee. I push promises flat, tuck them in a softer land. Folded courage in my pocket, heavy as a hand. If whispered with my soul, I left the whole block. But fear is the language on repeat on the cloud. Just rehearsing speeches, it never shows. Oh, your neighbor's soft syllable that never grows. Oh no, I can't find the words to tell you what I mean. Oh no, I can't find the words to tell you what I mean. Oh no, hide behind my throat, behind the glass screen. Oh no, reach with my hands, but silence keeps the scene. Leave letters on the kitchen bed, ink like chalk dust. Small paper bridges over rivers of hope. Maybe one morning the quiet will fracture slow, and the words will spill out where the bare lights glow.
doing a normal. I'm trying to make a normal rap. We'll listen to Marty's again. While that one's rendering, then I'm out of here.
Parked my ride outside of Marty's bar and grill. Woke up to a tow truck and the sky gone still. She said her name was over when the jukebox fell. Left with a suitcase and a cigarette shell. I lost my car at Marty's. Lost my girl and my pride.
Alright, here's what we do. We got the rap's already done, so I'm going to play. If the rap sucks or it's good, we'll play it, and then we'll play Marty's Bar and Grill as the last song. Here we go. I'll tell you if it'll suck.
Yeah. The room leans in, beat ticks on the silent rim. Brief accents, small stones, I know the lines and swim. I rehearse sentences like scripts in the dark. Spark clip chicks, keep emotion mean and sync. My palms grip the shit. Every glance cuts glass like flicks. I switch the tone quick. My voice folds, mass crumple down that I can't unpick. Fingers tracing edges of 1,000 unset things. Heart like an echo stuck on loop, it never brings back the sound I need. I'm a fire king with clip wings. Bars from the chest, but they stall with the silence clings.
I practice truth like a beat. I practice pain in time. Mirror fogs when you step in. Rewind my rhyme. I can't find no words to tell you what I mean. I can't find no words to tell you what I mean. They hide behind my throne, behind a glass screen. I reach with my hands, but silence keeps the scene.
Count apologies like names lost on a roll call. Yeah, yeah. Confessions in envelopes, never sealed, never told. Yeah. Your shadow fills the doorway with maybe a blame. Tongues a lock, cell key, rush that can't claim. I spit drafts on napkins, drafts that never stay on my chest. Rehearses teaches, but my mouth goes pale.
Your name hangs like a verse I never learned to say. Fear's the producer that keeps my courage delayed. I practice honesty like hooks until they land. Yeah, but the hook snaps when you step into the band. I can't find the words to tell you what I mean. I can't find the words to tell you what I mean. They hide behind my phone, behind a glass screen. I reach with my hands, but silence keeps the scene.
Night writes what I need, spare ink bleeds on the beach. Paper moons over promises folded deep. I press promises flat, tuck them in off the land. Folded courage in my pocket, heavy as a hand. It whispers one muscle, I lift the whole block. My fear is the language on repeat on the clock.
Just rehearse the speeches and never show. Your name a soft syllable that never grows. I can't find the words to tell you what I mean. I can't find the words to tell you what I mean. They hide behind my throne, behind the glass screen. I reach with my hands, but silence keeps the scene.
Leave it up on the kitchen ledge. Get ink like chalk dust. Small big bridges over rivers of ocean. Maybe one more and the choir will fracture slow, and the words will spill out where the bare lights glow.
I can't find the words to tell you what I mean. I can't find the words to tell you what I mean. They hide behind my throne, behind a glass screen. I reach with my hands, but silence keeps the scene.
Leave letters on the kitchen ledge, ink like chalk dust. Small paper bridges over rivers of hush.
Maybe one morning the choir will fracture slow,
and the words will spill out where the bare lights glow.
Hey, there you go. There's your rap. All right, here's the. Now we're just gonna play Marty's, Lost at Marty's, and we'll get the hell out of here. Well, I wish I'll try to make a. I just need to have my own little beats for the raps.
Parked my ride outside of Marty's Bar and Grill. Woke up to a tow truck and a sky gone still. She said her name was over when the jukebox fell. Left with a suitcase and a cigarette shell. I lost my car at Marty's, lost my girl and my pride, lost my wallet, lost my phone, nothing left on my side. Lost every game of pool, and my luck ran out like a bell. Lost more than I wanted, but I found Jesus in that Wisconsin jail cell. Tried to catch a memory at the corner of the bar. Missed every crooked shot, left my heart on the felt scar. Friends were half smiling, the night fell thin as a thread. Stumbled into trouble with a head full of lead. I lost my car at Marty's, lost my girl, my pride.
That's one of the top two for sure.
Lost my wallet, lost my phone, nothing left on my side. Lost every game of pool, and my luck rang like a bell. Lost more than I wanted, but I found Jesus in that Wisconsin jail cell. Fluorescent light and a Bible on the sink. Cold metal bench held more answers than I think. Prayed with a laugh and a cigarette smell. Redemption came quiet in a county hotel. I lost my car at Marty's, lost my girl and my pride, lost my wallet, lost my phone, nothing left on my side. Lost every game of pool, and my luck tolls like a bell. Lost more than I wanted, but I found Jesus in that Wisconsin jail cell. Parked my old mistakes by Marty's neon swell. Lost a lot on the way, but I found something to tell. Lost every game of pool, but I found grace where sinners dwell. Lost my way in the cold and found Jesus in that Wisconsin jail cell.
Anyways, all right, you guys, there we go again, another 25-hour show. Anyways, thanks for being here tonight. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Who knows what tomorrow will bring. But thanks for being here. We'll see you tomorrow. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. Thank you for watching Gray Hughes Investigates on YouTube, where we cover true crime using logic, reason, and common sense. Something not very common anymore. Thank you very much for watching, and as I always say, until next time...
The truth is, they're as dumb as they come.
Be safe out there.
Bitch, please.
Evil can never be dead enough.
And some of you, you make shit up.